I never really know how to explain that day in the Rockies without people thinking I'm exaggerating or adding something to make it sound more dramatic than it really was. But the truth is, the whole thing already felt dramatic enough when it was happening, even without me doing a thing to it. It was raw, it was real, and it happened when I was at one of the lowest points in my life. I was working as a seasonal ranger, but I wasn't exactly in the best state of mind. My personal life was a mess, and being out in the mountains was supposed to be a kind of escape, but the funny thing is the harder I tried to outrun my head, the more it seemed to follow me. That morning, I told myself I was on a hike off trail, somewhere I wouldn't see another person, not even by accident. I wanted to sweat, breathe in the cold air, and feel like the mountains still had a place for me, even if the rest of the world didn't. I had a small pack with me, water, a snack, a map, and not much else. I didn't have a destination. I just started walking into the backcountry where there were no blazes on trees and no packed down paths, just endless hillsides and snow patches still hanging on in shady corners. The weather was crisp and bright, not too much wind, though the higher you went the more it bit your skin. The ground was soft in some places from melted snow and frozen hard in others. Every step was a guess whether I'd crunch down into ice, slide in mud, or plant firm on dry pine needles. For a while it worked. My legs burned, my heart thumped, and my brain was quiet for once. That quiet was all I wanted. Then I came to a shallow stream, maybe 2 feet wide, nothing serious. Rocks lined the bottom, and I figured I'd step across and keep going uphill. The ice across the surface looked stable enough, just thin white patches, but the second I put weight on it, I broke through and went down hard. My ass hit the rocks. My gloves soaked instantly. Water shot up under my jacket, and the sting of it snapped me out of whatever daydream I'd been walking in. I sat there for a second in that freezing water and just laughed a little bitterly. Part of me thought, fine, that's it, just turn around, hike back to the car and call it a day. But then another part of me didn't care. I was already wet, already cold, already miserable. What difference did it make? Going back to the car just meant sitting alone with the same old thoughts. So I said screw it and climbed up the opposite bank, water dripping down my legs. The hill on the other side was steep, covered in loose soil and roots. I kept pulling myself upward, grabbing whatever I could, ignoring how much colder I was getting from the breeze hitting my soaked clothes. Halfway up, I realized how quiet it was. No birds, no chatter of squirrels, just the crunch of dirt under my boots and my own breathing. In the Rockies, silence like that can mean a lot of things. Sometimes it's nothing. Sometimes it means something bigger is nearby and the smaller animals are waiting it out. I didn't think too much about it then, though. By the time I reached near the top, I was bent over, hands on my knees, catching my breath. I looked down, and that's when I saw it. At first, it looked like a stick, pale and crooked, lying just under a layer of needles. But when I nudged it with my boot, it rolled, and the rounded end gave it away. A bone. A leg bone, human-sized but not human. The first thought that hit me was deer, then elk. But before I could settle on one, I noticed more. Just a few feet away, scattered like someone had dropped a handful of twigs, there were more bones, another leg, maybe a partial rib, and between 2 small mounds of dirt and brush, the curved arc of spine still mostly intact. I froze in place, suddenly very aware of every direction around me. My brain ran through options. Old kill site, predator stash. Something had been here, and it had eaten well. The bones weren't fresh, no red, no smell of rot. They were picked clean and weathered, some still with scraps of sinew dried hard against them. But that didn't mean the area wasn't active. A mountain lion, a bear, even wolves. They all had ranges, and if this was part of one, then standing in the middle of it was about the dumbest thing I could be doing. I crouched, pulled out my phone, and took a couple pictures. Not because I thought I'd need proof of anything, but because some part of me knew that later I'd want to remind myself it was real. I stood still for a while, listening. Nothing. No crack of branches, no padded footfalls in the duff. No shift of air that told me something big was circling. Just the same sharp silence. I told myself I should head down, get out, put distance between me and whatever had been feeding here. My feet started that way, careful, slow, but then halfway down the slope I stopped. My chest tightened with that same heaviness I'd been trying to walk off all day. Going back to the car meant going back to the same old loop in my head. And maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe the kill was old, maybe months, and the animal that left it was miles away by now. I turned and looked back up. The hill wasn't long. Just a steep pull, a little more brush, and then open ground above. I could see the sunlight breaking through the trees near the top. I thought about how stupid I'd feel if I let a pile of bones chase me back down the mountain when I could just as easily finish the climb and move on. So I turned back, braced my boots, and started climbing again. 5 steps in, the sound hit me. Not loud, not sharp, but clear. Weight on ground, not squirrel weight, not rabbit. Something heavy enough that each step pressed into the soil before letting off. Slow, deliberate. I froze where I stood, my hands clenched at my sides, heart pounding so hard it felt like it echoed in my ears. The sound was coming from the top, just beyond where I'd seen the light cut across. I didn't see movement, but I didn't need to. Every hair on my arms stood straight up. That was it for me. No second guessing. No more pretending I could outstubborn my own fear. I turned, planted my boots hard in the dirt, and started moving down fast. Too fast. The slope worked against me, pulling me quicker than I could handle. My foot slipped, my knee bent awkward, and I slid on my side until I caught a root with my hand. Dirt filled my mouth, pine needles stuck to my jacket, and the cold water waiting below was just another problem I was about to hit. Sure enough, at the bottom, my boots lost grip on the bank, and I went straight back into the stream. This time, the water rushed around my waist, soaking me clean through, burning cold against my skin. I scrambled out, slipping on rocks, lungs heaving, my legs shaky as hell. I didn't stop until I put a good distance between myself and that hillside, not until the sound of water faded behind me and the trees opened just enough to remind me I was still in daylight. By the time I finally made it back to the car, my clothes clung stiff with ice in the shaded parts. My fingers were numb, and I'd scraped up both palms trying to break falls. I sat in the driver's seat with the heat blasting and looked at the pictures on my phone. Bones. Clear as day. Proof that I hadn't just imagined the whole thing. But what the camera didn't catch was that sound, the steady weight of something moving above me. That part one could never show anyone. Later, when I told a couple colleagues about it, they didn't laugh. They didn't say I was paranoid. They said it happens. Predators don't always advertise themselves. Sometimes you don't see them at all. Sometimes they see you, and they decide not to close the distance. That was the part that stuck with me the most. Not that I'd found bones, not that I'd gotten soaked and scraped up, but that something big enough to tear apart a full animal had been close enough to hear and never showed its face. It let me leave. That night, lying in my bunk, I thought about how close I'd been, how easily it could have gone the other way. The mountains don't care about your head or your heartbreak. They don't care about the weight you carry inside. Out there, you're either aware enough to step back when you need to, or you're a meal for something that's been waiting longer than you can imagine. That day taught me the line between the two is a lot thinner than I ever wanted to admit. And even now, years later, every time I'm back in the Rockies, I still hear that sound in my head, the weight of footsteps on soil above me, slow and deliberate. It reminds me that the quiet up there isn't empty. It's watching, always watching. I have worked as a park ranger long enough to know that the woods will trick you if you give them a chance. The trees carry sound in ways that don't always make sense. Water bends noise, and distance can fool you into believing something is right beside you when in truth it is half a mile away. Still, there are moments in my career where all the explanations in the world don't completely quiet the chill in my chest. One of those moments happened on a weekday patrol in the middle of summer when I had to follow up on a report of strange noises heard along one of the less traveled trails on the East Coast. I didn't see anything unusual that day, but what I heard stuck with me and reminded me that even without ghosts or monsters, there are plenty of reasons to feel uneasy in the woods. That day started like most others. I was assigned to cover a loop trail that cut through heavy hardwood forest and eventually curved back toward a shallow river crossing. The trail was about 6 miles long, not particularly difficult, but it wasn't one of the more popular ones. Hikers who preferred solitude favored it, because on a weekday, you might not see more than a handful of people out there. I left the station around late morning, the air already warm and heavy with humidity. Summer on the East Coast can feel like carrying a wet blanket on your shoulders, and the forest only makes it thicker. I carry my usual gear: radio, first aid kit, water, small notepad, and a set of maps. The first stretch of trail was quiet. I kept my pace steady, moving past tall oaks with wide canopies and the thick undergrowth of mountain laurel that made the trail feel more enclosed than it really was. Sunlight pushed through the leaves in broken beams, and insects filled the air with their constant droning. I passed the occasional squirrel darting up a tree and heard a woodpecker hammering away somewhere far off. It was the kind of morning that felt normal, predictable, even the type of routine day where the biggest issue would probably be picking up snack wrappers left behind by careless hikers. About 2 miles in, I came across a couple with a dog heading back toward the trailhead. It looked like they had been out for a few hours already. The dog, a lean shepherd mix, had its ears pointed forward and tail carried stiffly, like it was trying to decide if something ahead needed to be challenged or avoided. I noticed how the woman's hand stayed close to the dog's collar, as if she expected it to lunge or bolt. The couple nodded at me, but didn't say much. I didn't think much of it then, just marked it as another hiker-dog interaction I was used to seeing. I walked on, following the bend in the trail where it narrowed along a ridgeline. The ground sloped sharply on one side, dropping into a drainage gully thick with ferns and rotting logs. From up there, you could hear the forest in layers, cicadas buzzing closest, birds in mid-range, and a low rush of wind sliding across the canopy far above. It was around this point that I first noticed something different. At first it was so faint, I thought my mind was filling in noise the same way it sometimes does when you stare too long at a shadow. It sounded like low humming, a pattern almost musical, but buried so deeply in the ambient noise that I assumed it was just wind crossing the ridge. I stopped, letting my own footsteps settle, and tilted my head to listen. The humming was still there, carried faintly on the air. It didn't move the way bird calls did, and it didn't break off or change like an animal sound. It kept steady low and strange. I kept walking, slower now, marking the sound in the back of my mind. The trail curved down into thicker forest, and that was when the humming grew stronger. It was no longer just a vibration in the background. It had shape, rhythm. It reminded me of recordings I'd once heard of Gregorian chant, deep voices layered over one another in steady waves. Only here, there were no voices that I could see. The woods around me were empty. The air felt heavier. My boots pressed into damp earth, and each step seemed too loud against the sound, like I was walking through a cathedral where silence was expected. The chanting rose and fell, never faltering, never skipping. It was as clear as though someone had hidden speakers along the trail, and yet there was no logical place for the sound to come from. I scanned the forest. No tents, no people sitting on logs, no hikers tucked off trail. Just trees, thick undergrowth, and the uneven play of sunlight. My hand brushed against the radio at my side, but I didn't key it in. I wasn't in danger, at least not in any way that warranted calling it in yet. The thought that came to me was almost embarrassingly simple: teenagers. Maybe someone had hiked in with a speaker, playing music for the sake of unnerving anyone who walked by. It was the easiest explanation. Still, the longer I stood there, the harder it was to accept that. Speakers carry sound in a direction. They fade as you move away. But this chanting seemed to sit everywhere around me, wrapping the trees, pressing into the air, loud but not coming from one single point. I moved forward again, focusing on the crunch of dirt and stone under my boots. My ears strained for the sound of people, laughter, movement, anything that would break the illusion of disembodied chanting. Nothing came, only the chant, steady and unbroken, rolling like waves. My pace quickened without me meaning it to. I found myself glancing over my shoulder every few minutes, convinced I'd see someone walking behind me or stepping out from the brush. Each glance showed me the same thing. Empty trail, trees, and the restless dog in my memory, its fur raised back near the ridge. 5 minutes passed like that. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the chanting stopped. Not gradually fading, not shifting in a distance, just cut off like a switch being thrown. Silence poured back in, so heavy it made my ears ring. I stood still again, waiting to hear if it would start back up, but all that came was the normal buzz of cicadas and the distant crack of a branch falling somewhere. The trail ahead felt darker somehow, even though the sun was still filtering down through the canopy. My own breathing sounded too loud in my head, and I had to force myself to slow it down. I walked on, pushing through the last stretch of trail with my shoulders tight and my eyes scanning every shadow. The last 3 miles passed in a haze of nerves. Every bird call made me twitch, every shift of leaves turned my head. I didn't hear the chanting again, but the memory of it sat heavy in my chest, as real as if it were still vibrating in the air. When I finally reached the river crossing near the end of the loop, I crouched to splash water on my face, more to ground myself than to cool off. The forest felt normal again, ordinary even, but that made the earlier strangeness stand out even more. By the time I got back to the station, I knew what I had to write in my report. I kept it simple. Unidentified chanting noises reported along East Ridge Trail. Confirmed during patrol. No source located. It was factual, stripped of the unease I had felt, because reports don't leave room for gut feelings or unsettled nerves. Later, after I'd gone off shift, I sat alone and tried to break it down. Sound can carry in ways that surprise you, especially in valleys and ridges. A group could have been practicing somewhere out of sight, maybe in a clearing, their voices lifted high enough to travel. The timing, the way it stopped, even the clarity of it all. Those things could be explained by natural acoustics, the way forests can bend and hold sound. That's the explanation I gave myself, the one I would stand by if anyone asked. But even now, when I think back on that day, I remember the way my stomach tightened, the way the air seemed to shift heavier around me, the way silence pressed in after the sound cut off. I didn't see anything unusual out there, but hearing something so clear, so structured, with no source in sight, well, that was enough to remind me that the woods will never give up all their secrets, and sometimes the things you don't see are worse than the things you do. I worked for several years as a ranger and field assistant in Southeast Asia, where the rainforest pressed in from every direction like a living wall. My job often took me into the deepest parts of that jungle, far away from villages, roads, or anything that looked like civilization. Back then, one of our main tasks involved collecting insect data for ongoing studies. Moths were one of the species we focused on, partly because of their importance in pollination and partly because of the sheer variety of them in that part of the world. The way we trapped them was simple. You'd set up a big white sheet stretched tight between poles, point a strong lamp at it, one of those heavy-duty lamps powered by a generator, and let the light cut through the thick darkness. The moths, along with countless other insects, would gather on the glowing sheet. It was a bizarre scene if you'd never seen it before, with the air humming and buzzing, wings fluttering against the fabric like 100 tiny drums. Of course, the insects attracted frogs. The frogs attracted snakes. And eventually, bigger things sometimes came nosing around, drawn by the chain of life. Because of the noise from the generator and the light from the trap, we always set the sheet up far away from camp, at least a mile, sometimes more. The rainforest is not a place where you want to bring in predators by accident. That meant more often than not, someone had to sit out there alone in the middle of the night, watching the sheet, checking the insects, and recording what showed up. Shifts usually rotated in 2-hour blocks, so you'd sit from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. or from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. I can't stress enough what it feels like to be truly alone in a rainforest at 3 in the morning. You might think of darkness in a familiar sense, like when you're in your bedroom with the lights out. But the darkness, there was something else. It was a weight, like a second skin. The canopy overhead blocked out moonlight and starlight, and clouds often smothered what little sky you could see. The only real light was from the lamp and the pale sheet, which created a circle of visibility maybe 30 feet around. Beyond that, the forest was just a wall of black, alive with sounds you could never quite place. That night, the air was heavy. The heat never really left, even after sundown, and it mixed with the damp smell of earth, rotting wood, and distant flowers. I could feel sweat on the back of my neck and under my shirt. It had been a cloudy night, which meant there was no moonlight at all, and the humidity pressed down like a blanket. I'd drawn the 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. shift, which was always the hardest. That was the dead middle of the night, when your body wanted nothing more than to sleep. At first, nothing much happened. The insects came and went in steady numbers, and I noted them in the log. The frogs croaked and snapped at the edges of the clearing, and occasionally a snake slithered into view, wrapping itself around a low branch and watching the feast. My focus drifted now and then, the heat and stillness lulling me into a haze. Then, around halfway through the shift, I heard a rustle in the woods. Now, rustles were normal. The rainforest is always moving. Leaves fall, branches drop, animals scurry through the undergrowth. But this was different. It wasn't the skitter of something small. It wasn't the crash of something like a pig, either. This was steady, measured, something heavy moving in steps. I froze where I sat on the small stool by the generator. The sound had come from the left side, deep in the trees. At first it was faint, but then it came again, closer this time. My chest tightened. I told myself not to panic, that it could be anything. But I knew the forest sounds well enough by then to sense size, and this was not small. I sat still, the pencil loose in my hand, my eyes straining into the dark beyond the circle of light. The rustling continued, now louder, and I could hear branches shifting, leaves crunching. My mind went straight to the worst possibility, a tiger. They lived in those forests, and while attacks on humans were rare, the thought of being crouched on a stool with a generator roaring behind me and a tiger creeping closer was enough to send a chill through every vein in my body. The rustle moved again, closer still. My breathing quickened. My eyes flicked toward the rifle propped against the nearest tree. We always kept one nearby, not to hunt, but to fire into the air if something dangerous wandered too close. My muscles tensed as I pictured a striped shape slipping between the trees, eyes glowing in the lamplight. And then it happened. A face burst out of the tree lean, illuminated in sudden, grotesque relief by the lamp. The eyes were wide, the mouth stretched open, teeth flashing, the skin lit from below as if it were a mask. A scream ripped through the night, sharp and garbled, a sound that didn't belong in any language I knew. It echoed across the clearing, cutting over the hum of insects and the roar of the generator. I nearly fell off the stool. My stomach dropped as though I'd stepped off a cliff. My whole body lurched with terror, and a raw, animal sound escaped my throat, half yell and half gasp. For a moment my mind couldn't process what I was seeing. The face floated there, disembodied in the glow, the features distorted and twisted. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished back into the trees. The scream cut off, replaced by high-pitched giggles that echoed away into the dark. Leaves shook, branches snapped, and then the sound faded until there was only the endless background hum of the rainforest again. I sat frozen, chest heaving, my hands gripping the sides of the stool so hard my knuckles ached. My heart hammered against my ribs, so loud I thought it might drown out the generator. I stared at the tree lean where the face had appeared, half expecting it to re-emerge, half expecting a tiger to step out instead. Minutes passed before I dared move. My body tingled with leftover adrenaline, and sweat slicked my forehead and palms. Slowly, my brain pieced things together. The face hadn't been floating. There had been a body behind it, hidden in the blackness of the tree lean. The eerie glow had come from below, the way kids hold flashlights under their chins when they tell ghost stories. And the scream, the giggles, those had been human. It hit me then. It had been one of the local lumberjacks. The loggers sometimes worked not far from where our camp was set up. I'd seen them during the day, hacking paths into the forest, their shirts stained with sweat, their hands rough in the work. They knew we were there, and some of them had a mischievous streak. One of them must have decided it would be funny to sneak up on the moth trap in the middle of the night and give the ranger on duty a scare. The realization left me with a strange mix of emotions. Relief washed through me first, strong enough to make me sag forward, elbows on my knees, as the last of the tension drained out of me. I wasn't about to be mauled by a tiger. There was no phantom face drifting through the trees. I'd been the target of a prank. Then came irritation, sharp and immediate. They could have given me a heart attack out here. The prank had nearly made me stumble into the generator, and if I'd been quicker to grab the rifle, who knew how badly it could have gone? A stupid joke could have turned into a tragedy in seconds. But as my heart slowed and my breathing steadied, I couldn't help but laugh a little too. A shaky, bitter laugh, but real all the same. Out of all the dangers in that rainforest, tigers, snakes, sudden storms, even the sheer isolation, the thing that had almost made me soil myself was a logger with a flashlight and a warped sense of humor. The rest of my shift crawled by. Every time the leaves rustled, my muscles tensed, but nothing else came. When I finally packed up and made the long walk back to camp through the dense, wet dark, I replayed the moment over and over in my head. The face, the scream, the vanishing act, the laughter that had trailed off into the forest. When I told the others later, they laughed until tears rolled down their faces. I want to be angry, but I couldn't hold on to it. In a way, it was the perfect prank. It worked because of the setting, the silence, the solitude, the way the forest amplifies every fear you already carry. And even now, years later, when I think about all the long nights I spent in that rainforest, the dangers I faced and the close calls I had, it's that moment I remember most vividly. The night when, for a few terrifying seconds, I was certain death had stepped out of the trees, only to realize it was just a man with a torch and a laugh that followed me long after he was gone. That night stayed with me. It reminded me how fragile we are out there, how quickly the mind can turn shadows into monsters, and how sometimes the scariest moments are not the ones that come from real threats, but from the tricks played by other people or by your own imagination. It also reminded me of a truth I never forgot during my years as a ranger. In the jungle, the line between terror and humor is sometimes thinner than you think. I had been working as a ranger in Big Bend National Park for a while, but about 20 years ago, I was given a side project outside of my normal duties. REI had reached out about me preparing a backpacking series presentation, and Big Bend was the focus because it was such a dramatic place to showcase. If you've never been there, it's hard to describe in a way that does it justice. The land itself feels ancient, cut and weathered into desert basins, dry washes, and mountains that jut out of the scrub as if they had been torn out of another world and dropped into Texas. It's the western edge of the state where the Rio Grande takes that famous curve that gives the park its name, forming the border with Mexico. I had been collecting photos, notes, and trail information for weeks, but on this particular day, I set out alone near Santa Elena Canyon. It's one of the most dramatic spots in the park, with sheer limestone walls that rise hundreds of feet on either side of the river. The Rio Grande, there's not what people imagine when they think of a major river. During drought years, and thanks to irrigation upstream, it shrinks and becomes braided and shallow in many places. At the mouth of the canyon, it spreads wide, but even then it's not always deep. Still, it carves a visible line through the desert floor, a boundary both physical and psychological. I had a van parked in the designated lot, loaded with gear, maps, camera equipment, and the usual emergency kit. My plan was simple: hike down into the basin near the river a couple of hours before sunset, take some photos for the presentation, and head back to camp before nightfall. The basin there is wide open compared to the rougher country surrounding it, so wildlife tends to be more visible. You can see mule deer grazing, javelinas rooting through the brush, birds wheeling overhead. The kind of stuff people love to see in a slideshow about backpacking in the desert. As I walked, the air felt dry in my throat. It was late afternoon, and the sun was angled low enough to throw long shadows across the desert floor. But the heat still pressed down. The kind of dry heat that make your sweat evaporate before it can cool you, leaving you always thirsty. My boots crunched on the gravel and sand of the faint trail, and the smell of dust and creosote hung in the air. I could hear the faint hiss of cicadas in the brush and the occasional cry of a raven echoing from the canyon walls. I was maybe several hundred meters from the van when I stopped to take a few landscape shots. That's when I noticed movement across the river. At first, my brain didn't quite catch what I was looking at. Something large was moving low to the ground, sliding along in a way that didn't make sense. The color was the tawny brown of a deer, and for half a second, I thought I was looking at a doe dragging itself on its side. It had that same coloration, that same shape, but wrong. Too low, too smooth, too deliberate. Then the angle shifted, and the picture clicked into place in my mind. It wasn't a deer at all. It was a mountain lion, a big one. I had never seen one in the wild before. I'd seen the signs, tracks in the sand, scat on the trails, the occasional deer carcass half covered with brush, but never the animal itself. Now here it was, creeping forward in that flat, slinking way cats have when they're stalking something. Shoulders rolling low, body hugging the earth, head pointed forward like an arrow. Even from across the river, I could see the muscle under its coat, the size of it. Not just a bobcat or a smaller cat. This was full grown, a predator that could kill a man without much trouble. The first thing I felt was disbelief. My mind fought against the image, like it didn't want to accept that something that dangerous was so close. Then the fear hit. My stomach seemed to drop out of me, and I could feel my pulse hammering in my ears. I froze, staring. Then the cat looked at me. There is a difference between looking at an animal and being looked at by one. When its eyes found mine, I felt every nerve in my body go tight. You could almost see the calculation happening in its head, like a set of scales tipping back and forth. Prey or not prey? Worth the risk or not? I swear in that moment, I could see the predator's mind turning me into numbers, calories, distance, effort. I was standing exposed in the basin, maybe 60 or 70 yards from the river. Between us was the Rio Grande, wide but low, crossable in places. I had always thought of the river as a strong boundary, but looking at that cat, I realized it might not be enough. It could swim if it wanted to. It could wade across at one of the shallows. And then there would be nothing between me and it. The lion flicked its head back and forth, glancing from me to whatever prey it had been stalking and back again. I could see its ears twitching, its tail tip moving slightly. Every shift of its eyes made me feel like I was shrinking. My body screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to stay calm. I didn't turn my back. I didn't make sudden movements. Instead, I started easing backward, one slow step at a time, trying to put more distance between me and the river while keeping my eyes locked on it. The sun was slipping lower. Shadows stretched longer across the sand, and the air felt heavier. My boots scuffed softly as I moved, and each sound seemed too loud in my ears. My throat was dry, my palms sweaty on the straps of my pack. Every step felt like a gamble. I don't know how long it lasted, seconds, maybe a minute, but finally the lion seemed to decide. Its head dipped back toward the brush it had been stalking, and then, with the casual grace of something that knows it has all the power, it slunk away into the shadows along the far bank. Just like that, it was gone. I didn't breathe easy, though. Not until I had broken line of sight. Not until the van was back in front of me. That short walk back across the basin felt longer than any trail I'd ever hiked. My legs felt stiff, like I was walking through water, and my eyes kept flicking to every shadow, every bush, expecting movement. When I finally reached the van and shut myself inside, my heart was still pounding hard enough to shake my chest. I sat there for a long time, gripping the steering wheel, staring out across the empty land, telling myself it was over. But it didn't feel over. That night, I parked off the main park road in a place I knew mountain lions hunted often. I sat in the van, munching stale Oreos, sipping warm water, the desert night pressing in from all sides. The stars above Big Bend are some of the clearest in the country. So many that the sky looks crowded, the Milky Way a smear of white light overhead. The desert air turns sharp and cool after dark, and the silence feels deep enough to swallow you. But it wasn't silent. Every so often, from the darkness beyond the thin metal shell of the van, I heard the sounds. Not close, but not far either. The guttural growl of a big cat. The high, eerie scream they sometimes make like a woman shrieking. Each time the sound cut through the night, my skin prickled and my stomach tightened. I thought of that lion's eyes, the way it had measured me, the way I had been one decision away from being hunted. I didn't sleep much. Every creak of the van, every rustle of wind in the brush, felt like footsteps. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the thin line between being safe and being prey. In the days that followed, I finished my work, got the photos I needed, and put together the presentation. But the memory of that encounter never left. It still hasn't. When I think about Big Bend, I don't just think about the mountains or the desert or the beauty of the Rio Grande cutting its canyon. I think about standing in that basin, looking across the river, and realizing just how small I really was. That night, a few days later, when I came down with a respiratory illness, I took some NyQuil to try to sleep it off. NyQuil always gave me hallucinations, a strange side effect I'd learned to live with. At around 3 in the morning, in the middle of the public campsite, I jolted awake screaming. I had dreamed that the mountain itself was moving toward me, rising up like a living thing. My heart raced as if the cat had come back for me. People stirred in their tents nearby, but I lay there afterward, shaking, staring up at the outline of the cliffs against the stars. It was a strange, humiliating end to the trip, but in a way it fit. Because that's the truth about being in a place like Big Bend. You're never in control. The land is older and bigger than you. The animals sharper and more efficient. You can prepare, you can carry gear, you can plan routes and give presentations. But at the end of the day, when the sun goes down and the desert stretches out around you, you are just another animal out there. And sometimes something else is watching, deciding what to do with you. I was lucky. The lion decided I wasn't worth it. The river maybe looked like too much trouble. Maybe the prey it was stalking was easier. Whatever the reason, I walked away. But that walk back to the van, those minutes with its eyes on me, will always be the longest, shortest walk of my life. And even now, all these years later, when I hear about people planning to camp or hike in Big Bend, I always tell them the same thing. It's beautiful, it's worth it, but never forget where you are. Because out there, you're not at the top of the chain. You're just another. I've spent a lot of years in the woods, but one memory from the Appalachian Trail in West Virginia has never left me. Even now, almost a decade later, I can still recall the exact moment my body felt like it had stepped into something it was never supposed to touch. The memory lives in the back of my mind like a scar. Not always painful, but always present. I wasn't a ranger at the time, just a hiker in a group, but I've come to know that what I felt that day wasn't some ghost story or fantasy. It was real, and it shook me deeper than anything else I've run into in the outdoors. It was about 8 years ago, give or take. I was on a section hike of the Appalachian Trail. I wasn't through hiking, but I'd already put in plenty of miles in other states, and the rhythm of the trail had started to feel like a second home. I was with a group of hikers, maybe a dozen total, and, as always happens, we spread out over the course of the day. Some people had faster strides, some slowed down to snack or take photos, and little by little the long string of hikers broke into small groups. I ended up somewhere in the middle, moving along at an even pace. The section we were on cut through a mix of hardwoods and thick undergrowth. West Virginia is heavy with hills and valleys, and this part was no different. The air was warm, but not unbearable, and the trail itself was in good condition. That was one of the things about that I appreciated most. Those white blazes painted on trees every so often gave me a sense of direction I trusted. No matter where you were, as long as you kept an eye on the blazes, you were never truly lost. That day was no different. At one point, someone in the small group I was with stopped to pull a tick from their leg. Ticks are common enough, especially in late spring and summer, so it wasn't unusual. 2 others stayed back with them, but I decided to keep going. I figured I might catch up to the front group, maybe even walk with them for a while. They had a way of stretching out time. 1 mile could feel like 10 if you were dragging, but it could also slip away unnoticed if you kept a steady pace. I knew that up ahead, there was supposed to be an old logging road crossing. I had read about it in a trail guide the night before. Logging roads crisscross much of the Appalachians, reminders of how heavily the land was worked over the last century. Some are still passable by truck. Others are barely more than scars in the ground, slowly reclaimed by the forest. I kept walking, watching the ground, watching the trees, and sure enough, after another half-mile or so, I stepped onto a wider clearing that marked the road. It ran perpendicular to the trail, a faint open line through the woods, with tall grass, saplings, and brush filling in the middle. Since I was ahead of the others, I thought it would be a good spot to wait. The logging road gave me more open space, and it felt like a small break from the tight tunnel of the ad. I didn't want to just stand there, though, so I decided to wander a little way down the road. There was a low stone wall running along one side, the kind of boundary wall that had been built generations ago, maybe back when farms reached up into the hills. Stones were stacked neatly, though time and frost had knocked parts of it loose. Moss covered much of it, and here and there a tree root had twisted through the gaps. I walked along slowly, scanning the wall for anything interesting. I've always had an eye for little artifacts, old bottles, rusty tools, broken glass that tells you people once worked or lived nearby. Hiking trails often hide pieces of history if you take the time to notice. That's what I was doing, moving with no real hurry when the world seemed to change. At first it was so subtle I thought I imagined it. A few seconds earlier, birds had been calling from the canopy, warblers, thrushes, and the occasional tapping of a woodpecker. The usual chorus of insects buzzed in the background. Leaves shifted in the light breeze. Then all at once it stopped. The silence wasn't gradual. It was sudden, like someone had flipped a switch. One step, I heard life all around me. The next step, I heard nothing. It wasn't even the kind of quiet you get in deep woods. This was heavier, unnatural, pressing in on my ears so much that I became aware of my own heartbeat. I froze, straining to hear something, anything, but there was nothing. Not a bird, not a bug, not the rustle of a single leaf overhead. Even the air seemed still, heavy and still. My stomach tightened. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, maybe just a lull in the wind or animals moving off. But I couldn't ignore the way my body reacted. Every hair on my arms and neck stood up. My skin tingled like static electricity. Still, curiosity pulled me forward. I took another step, then another, deeper down the road. That was when I felt it. It's hard to put into words, because it wasn't something I saw or heard. It was a feeling, raw and sharp, that hit me like a wall. It was unwelcome, pure, and undeniable. The closest I can describe is that it felt like stepping into the house of someone who despised me, except multiplied over and over until it was unbearable. The air itself felt hostile. My chest tightened as if the woods themselves were telling me I did not belong, not even for a second. I froze in place. My mind wanted to rationalize it, to look around for a reason. I scanned the trees, the brush, the shadows of the road ahead. I saw nothing moving. No bear, no cougar, no person. Just the overgrown road stretching out, bordered by the stone wall, the forest pressing in from both sides. There was no threat I could identify, but the instinct screaming in my body told me all I needed to know. I was in the wrong place, and if I didn't leave, something bad would happen. I couldn't bring myself to turn around. The feeling of hostility was so strong that the idea of turning my back to it made my stomach twist with dread. So I began stepping backward, slowly, one step at a time. My eyes stayed locked on the road ahead, afraid that if I blinked something would appear in that silence. I tried to keep my movements calm, but inside I was rattled, every nerve alert and screaming. When I crossed back over the invisible line, I knew it immediately. The air shifted. A breeze moved through the leaves again. A bird called from above, then another answered. The buzz of insects returned like a low hum building back up. The pressure lifted off my chest. My skin still tingled, but the worst of it was gone. I had stepped back into a world that felt natural again. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath. My pulse was still hammering. It felt almost unreal, as if the last few minutes had been imagined. But I knew they weren't. My body had felt it too strongly. I forced myself to walk back toward the at and wait. I didn't dare go down that road again. When the others caught up, I said nothing. I simply rejoined the line and kept moving. I didn't want to talk about what I had felt, not then, not in that place. Some part of me wanted to leave it behind as quickly as possible. But even as I walked, I knew I'd never forget. In the years since, I've thought about it many times. I've gone back and forth trying to explain it. The most rational answer is that a predator was nearby. A bear, maybe, or a cougar moving silently through the underbrush, watching me. Animals can trigger instincts in humans that we can't fully explain. It will make sense. The sudden silence, the feeling of being unwelcome. Those could all be my body reacting to danger I couldn't see. But even with that explanation, the memory unsettles me. I've run into bears before on trails. I've startled deer, coyotes, even snakes that rattled in warning. None of those encounters ever felt like this. None of them carried that thick, suffocating sense of dread, that wall of hostility pressing down on me. That day on a logging road stands apart from all the other miles I've ever walked. I never went back to that exact spot. I finished my section hike, and the group moved on without incident. The woods went back to being the woods, alive with sound and motion. But I know that somewhere out there, in the hills of West Virginia, is a stretch of road where the air can go dead and the world itself seems to turn against you. I was lucky I trusted my instinct to leave, because whatever it was that day, it didn't want me there. And I've learned that sometimes in the wilderness, you don't need to understand why you feel the way you do. You just need to listen and leave while you still can. I've been working as a ranger long enough to know that the scariest parts of this job don't always come from the things most people expect. The woods and mountains can make you feel small, yes, but what unsettles me more often are the moments where everything feels off in a way that doesn't fit into a simple box. Sometimes it's the land itself, sometimes it's an animal, sometimes it's another human being. All of those carry their own kind of weight, and when you stack enough of them together over the years, you come to realize that being a ranger is less about pretty trails and more about keeping yourself together when every instinct in you is screaming that something isn't right. One of the hardest shifts I ever worked was in New Zealand. I had been asked to assist on the Tongariro Circuit, a long stretch of trail that loops around the volcanic plateau. Most visitors stick to the crossing, which is busy to the point of absurdity, but the circuit is quieter. That was where I came in. My job was simple. Check the trail conditions, look over the huts, and make sure no one was in trouble. I packed well, plenty of water, plenty of food, warm clothes, and a solid plan. It was later in the day, and I had been walking for hours already when I found myself on the ridge. The terrain was stripped bare, nothing but dirt, rock, and small patches of dry alpine plants clinging where they could. The air was still. The ridge stretched on, flag markers planted in the soil, every so often little orange reminders that I was still on the right track. I could see the markers ahead of me, one after another, but it felt like they weren't getting closer. I was tired. My legs were heavy. Every step felt like I was dragging myself through something thicker than air. When you're out there alone, hours without another person in sight, your mind starts doing things to you. I found myself thinking strange thoughts, like maybe I'd walked too far and missed something without realizing it. Or maybe I had somehow slipped into another world. There was no change in the land, no sound of water or bird calls, just the steady press of my boots against the ground. I looked back and saw the same line of flags stretching behind me into the haze. No movement anywhere, no proof of life, just me plodding forward. I remember thinking that this must be what purgatory feels like. Endless, quiet, empty, with no proof you're really going anywhere. I wasn't in danger, not physically. I had the right supplies, the right training. But that didn't stop the fear from creeping in. It wasn't the kind of fear that comes from being stalked or chased. It was the deeper kind, the kind that whispers that you don't matter at all, that the land could swallow you without a trace, and no one would know until weeks later when someone saw your pack sitting beside a rock. The thought weighed on me until the light began to fade, and I quickened my steps just to get away from that ridge, just to see something that reminded me of change, of movement, of life. I carried that same quiet unease years later in British Columbia. Different place, different job, same gnawing awareness of how small I was compared to everything else around me. I was with a small group, checking a lookout trail near the top of a mountain. The hike up was fine, long, steady, but without problems. The view at the top was worth it. Endless tree-covered slopes rolling into the distance, mist hanging in the valleys. We started down, still talking casually, still relaxed when we came across it. A fresh pile of cougar scat sitting squarely on the trail. We had walked that same path less than 20 minutes earlier, which meant the cougar had been there very recently and very close. We were all adults, all fit, no children, no dogs. That lowered the odds of an attack, but it didn't erase them. And the part that stuck to my ribs wasn't the dung itself, but the realization that the cat had probably been watching us the whole time, waiting for us to leave. Cougars don't announce themselves. They don't stomp branches or growl from a distance like a bear might. They melt into the brush and watch. The thought that we had been under its eye without ever seeing it made the hair stand up on my neck. We carried on down the trail, but everything changed in how we moved. Every snapped twig, every shift of shadow became suspect. You find yourself checking behind you more often, glancing into the brush, your mind working through escape routes, even though you know you wouldn't win if the cat chose you. When we finally made it back to the trailhead, the relief was thick enough to feel in my chest. Nothing had happened, but it was the knowing that something could have, and that it had chosen not to. That's its own kind of fear. But people are worse. That lesson was drilled into me in the Glass House Mountains. I wasn't alone that time. I was with a friend. 2 women, hiking together. We met a man at the summit. At first, nothing strange, just small talk. But quickly his words turned. Comments about our bodies, suggestive questions about us traveling together. The kind of remarks that sound casual but carry weight in their edges. My friend looked at me, her expression sharp, and I knew she felt it too. We made the decision to head down, and the man decided to follow. It didn't matter that the trail was public or that other people hiked there. His presence behind us felt like a trap. He didn't back off until another hiker stepped in, a stronger man who asked if there was a problem. We took the chance and ran. Later that night, while we sat hidden near our tent, we heard him asking our neighbors if they'd seen his friends, 2 women. He went camp to camp, hostel to hostel, searching. He wasn't content to let it end on the trail. That was the kind of danger you can't prepare for with bear spray or a ranger's radio. That was the danger that wore a human face, one that could smile while cornering you. Not all fear is malicious, though. Some of it is simply the raw size of the animals we share space with. I was in Maine once, sitting at a campsite with a few others. The fire was low, and the woods were quiet until suddenly they weren't. A crash tore through the dark, the sound of trees breaking, brush snapping. We bolted to the van, hearts hammering, just in time to see a massive bull moose explode from the tree line. Its body filled the space like a machine built from muscle and bone, antlers wide as a doorway. It charged through the site without stopping, crossing from one side of the forest to the other as if we weren't even there. I remember the earth trembling under my boots and the way the smell of dirt and sweat lingered in the air after it had gone. There are sounds in the mountains that you don't forget. In the Rockies, halfway through a hike, I heard one of them. A high-pitched scream that sliced through the air. It echoed against the cliffs, sharp and wild. My first thought was a cougar, but it was distant, and we carried on with sharper senses. A few minutes later, my friend started laughing behind me. It wasn't normal laughter. It was sharp, too loud, edged with something I didn't understand. When I turned, her face was pale, her eyes wide, but the sound coming out of her mouth was laughter. Then it wasn't just her. It was me, then the others. Our own laughs, distorted, echoing around us in a way that didn't make sense. The fear there wasn't supernatural, it was psychological. Our minds were being bent by something. Whether it was stress, sound bouncing strangely off the rocks, or the way fear warps perception, I'll never know. But I do know that we all felt it, the sense of being toyed with by the land itself. We pushed ahead until we joined a busier trail, and only then did it stop. It left us shaken, watching our own shadows as if they were playing tricks. When I think back on these moments, the ridge that felt like purgatory, the cougar scat, the man who wouldn't let go, the moose tearing through camp, the screams that turn into laughter, I realize they're all connected by one thing. It isn't ghosts or monsters that make the wilderness frightening. It's the raw, unfiltered truth that you're never fully in control. Out there, you're exposed. The land is bigger than you. The animals are stronger than you. Some of the people are more dangerous than you'd like to believe. That's the lesson I carry with me as a ranger. Safety isn't a guarantee. It's a negotiation you make with the world every time you step onto a trail. Sometimes you come back with only a memory of unease. Sometimes with the adrenaline still buzzing in your blood. And sometimes you don't come back at all. I've learned to respect that weight. I've learned that fear is a tool if you listen to it, and a trap if you ignore it. When I walk the trails now, I don't just look for hazards or broken signs. I listen to the quiet, I pay attention to the way the land feels, and I keep an eye on the people who pass through. Because the scariest thing about being a ranger isn't the night or the shadows. It's knowing that every day you're walking into a place where the rules are written by something larger than you. And you either learn to live with that, or you don't make it back. I was working at a remote mountaintop microwave radio site near Prince Rupert, British Columbia, in the middle of January. Anyone who's ever been in that region during winter knows how unforgiving it is. The storms roll in straight from the Pacific, and the mountains grab onto those clouds like claws, squeezing out snow day after day. The cold hangs in the air, and the wind cuts at you without mercy. You feel isolated in a way that is hard to explain to anyone who has never been dropped into the wilderness with no one else around. That's where I was. The road up to the site was buried deep under snowdrifts, the kind that can stack 10 or 12 feet high in some places. Even the snowcats couldn't manage it. The only way in or out was by helicopter. Every morning, I'd get flown up, and every evening I was expected to be ready for pickup. If the weather held, it was fine. If it didn't, you stayed put until someone could get back to you. And staying put up there wasn't exactly comfortable. The building itself was a squat little structure, 1 story tall, maybe 30 by 40 feet, no windows, just a plain metal front door and thick insulated walls. It had to be built like that to withstand the storms and protect the sensitive equipment inside. It felt like a bunker, a little outpost carved in a mountaintop. Except instead of soldiers, it was just me and a pile of electronics. Inside, the air was always dry, almost too dry, because of the heaters and equipment. The constant low hum of machines filled the silence. Sometimes I'd put on music to break the monotony, but even then, the isolation pressed in. There's something about being the only living soul for miles that makes you hyper-aware of every little sound. That particular day had started like all the others. The pilot dropped me off in the morning, the blades of the heli kicking up snow into a wideout as I crouched low and ran for the door. Once inside, the silence after the rotors faded was immediate, heavy, and absolute. I went about my tasks, checking the racks, swapping out modules, logging power readings. I liked to keep music low in the background while I worked, just enough to keep my mind moving without drowning out anything important. The hours passed slowly. I make a thermos of coffee last as long as I could. The kind of work I was doing didn't demand constant attention, but it did demand patience. I'd been there maybe 3 hours when I heard it, a knock at the door. At first I thought I'd imagined it. The wind can throw sound around in strange ways, especially in a metal building. But then it came again, a solid knock, just 2 sharp raps like a fist on the steel. I froze where I was standing, spanner in hand, listening. My first thought was that someone else had come up somehow, but that didn't make any sense. Nobody was hiking up through snowdrifts taller than a man. There was no snowcat, no extra helicopter. I hadn't seen or heard a thing since the pilot left. Curiosity got the better of me. I went to the door and pulled it open. Cold air rushed in, biting at my face. But the landing pad was empty. No helicopter, no snowcat, no people. I looked around, scanning the clearing, the trailing beyond. Nothing moved except the loose powder being teased around by the breeze. I stepped outside, just a few feet, careful not to let the door slam behind me. My boots crunched in hardpack. I turned in a full circle, searching for any sign of someone. No footprints, no drag marks, nothing but smooth, untouched snow. I told myself maybe it had been something else. Ice shifting, maybe snow sliding off the roof and tapping against the metal. That sort of thing happens. I shrugged it off, went back inside, shut the door, and returned to my work. Not even 10 minutes later, it came again. This time was longer for 5 knocks in a row, deliberate. I stood there, staring at the door, my heart rate climbing. There was no mistaking it now. Someone was definitely knocking. Again, I opened the door. Again, there was nothing. No tracks. No sign of anything moving through the snow. Just empty white and the dark line of trees in the distance. I started to feel the unease settle in then. The rational explanations weren't holding up. Snow and ice don't knock like that. Not in even bursts, not twice in a row. Back inside, I tried to focus on the equipment, but every sound made me twitch. I kept glancing at the door, waiting, and sure enough, a third round came. This time it wasn't knocking. It was pounding. Heavy, aggressive blows that shook the frame. Whoever or whatever was on the other side wanted in. I grabbed the nearest thing I could use as a weapon, which happened to be a crowbar. My palms were slick as I tightened my grip. I approached the door slowly, my pulse loud in my ears. I yanked it open in one swift motion, ready to swing. Nothing. The empty clearing stared back at me. Silent. Still. Unbroken snow. I stepped out again, crowbar in hand, turning slow, scanning the area. The treelines seemed closer now, the shadows deeper between the trunks. The back of my neck prickled with the sensation of being watched. I took a few steps forward, eyes darting left and right. Nothing. The only sound was the wind whispering across the ridge. But that feeling, that crawling certainty, wouldn't leave me. Something made me glance up. Perched right on the edge of the roof, directly above the door, was a raven. Big, black, feathers puffed against the cold, head cocked to one side. Its eyes locked with mine, bright and sharp, and there was no mistaking the amusement in them. It let out a loud, harsh squawk. Rock, 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 that echoed through the clearing. Then it flapped its wings, launched itself off the roof, and glided toward the trees, vanishing into the shadows. I stood there with the crowbar dangling useless in my hand, the realization sinking in. The pounding, the knocking, it hadn't been a person at all. The damn bird must have been pecking or hammering its beak against the metal, maybe even hopping along the roof where the sound carried down into the doorframe. Ravens are smart, clever as hell, and they like to mess with things. It must have been entertaining itself at my expense. I let out a shaky laugh, though it didn't feel funny in the moment. My nerves were rattled, and I knew I wouldn't shake that feeling of being toyed with for the rest of the day. I went back inside, set the crowbar down, and tried to focus on my work again. But every creak and tick made me picture that bird watching me, waiting to swoop back and have another go. When the helicopter finally came at the end of the day, I was more than ready to leave. As we lifted off, I glanced back at the little building shrinking below. Sure enough, there on the roofline sat the raven again, black against the snow, head tilted as it watched us go. It had probably been there all along, just waiting for me to react. That night, lying in bed back in town, I could still hear the sound of that pounding in my head, could still picture those sharp black eyes fixed on me. It wasn't a ghost, wasn't anything supernatural, but somehow that made it worse. Because it was real, and it reminded me that up there on those frozen ridges, the wilderness has a way of reminding you how small and vulnerable you really are. I never underestimated the silence after that. And I never again ignored the possibility that sometimes what feels like the work of people or spirits is just the land itself, whether in the shape of weather or wind or one smart, mischievous raven amusing itself while you slowly lose your nerve inside a steel box on the top of a mountain. I woke up before the alarm that morning, the kind of early where the sky is still more night than day and the air feels heavier than usual. It was midsummer, And even though the days stretched long, the mornings always started in that quiet stillness where everything seemed suspended. I had fallen asleep in my ranger cabin with the windows cracked, so the smell of damp grass and pine crept inside. My old dog, a mutt with a graying muzzle and stiff hips, stirred on the floor beside my bed when I moved, his tail thumping once before he rolled to his feet. He knew the routine. Before the sun rose, we always took our walk. The area where I live and work sits on the edge of a small mountain community, a mix of thick forest, rolling foothills, and deep ravines cut by streams that fed down toward the valley. The trails behind my cabin stretched for miles. I had been walking them long enough to know which ones stayed quiet, which ones drew wildlife, and which ones twisted down into brush-choked gullies you didn't want to get caught in. The early hours were always my favorite. You could hear the waking forest, the branches shifting, small paws moving across needles, birds trying their first calls. That morning was different, though. Before I even put my boots on, I noticed the fog. It was thick, heavier than I had seen it in a while, curling low through the trees and settling into the hollows. I stood on the porch with my coffee, watching it cling to the trunks and drift across the open field by the edge of the ravine. My dog sniffed the air, head tilted, ears moving like he was tuning into something. He wasn't an anxious dog by nature. Years around bears, coyotes, and even the occasional cougar had trained him to keep calm, and he usually trusted me to lead. But that morning he seemed alert in a way I wasn't used to. His body leaned forward, tail stiff, nose wet as he breathed in. We started down the usual route anyway, following the old gravel service road that split off into narrow trails. The fog muffled everything, swallowing up the crunch of my boots and the jingle of his tags. Even the birds seemed slow to wake. I felt the coolness on my face, a relief after days of heat, and thought maybe I would turn the walk into a jog once we got further in. It was quiet enough that I could hear my own breathing, and for a while, it was peaceful, the kind of silence that felt safe. We had been walking maybe 10 minutes when the first sign of change came. My dog stopped. He didn't stop like he sometimes did to sniff out a squirrel trail or to nose at a patch of grass. This time he froze mid-step, one paw lifted, his body tightening all at once. His ears pushed up, his hackles rose in a straight line, and then the sound started. It wasn't his usual bark or growl. It was deeper, rougher, something that came from his chest in a way I had never heard from him before. I looked ahead, squinting into the fog. The road dipped slightly and then curved toward the ravine where the trees grew closer together. The white curtain of mist was so thick that I couldn't see more than 20 feet down. Nothing moved. Not the brush, not the branches. But my dog was locked on it, his lips curling, his growl turning into something almost guttural. I knew the predators in these woods. Black bears were common, especially in the summer when they wandered for food. Coyotes were everywhere, though they usually avoided us if they could. Bobcats made appearances, and once in a while, a cougar would drift closer than it should. I had trained myself to recognize their sounds. Coyotes had that high-pitched yipping, especially in packs. Bears grunted, huffed, sometimes popped their jaws when warning you off. Cougars screamed, long and sharp, enough to make your spine crawl. But what I heard then didn't match any of those. The sound rolled out of the fog like it was carried on the ground itself. Deep, snarling, layered in a way that almost rattled the air around me. It wasn't high and sharp like a cougar, not the wild chatter of coyotes, not the heavy-chested huff of a bear. It was lower, harsher, as if something was trying to tear its own throat just to make noise. It was closer than I wanted it to be, hidden just out of sight down where the road dipped. My dog's body went rigid. His teeth snapped as he spat foam in the air, his whole frame trembling with the growl that poured out of him. I had never seen him like that. Not once. Not even when we had crossed paths with a bear less than 30 yards off. I tugged his leash, whispered his name out of habit, but he wouldn't budge. His eyes were locked, his legs braced. Then the sound came again, louder this time, like something dragging steel across stone but wrapped in the voice of an animal. The fog shifted slightly, curling into shapes I thought for a second were movement. My chest tightened. Every instinct told me not to keep standing there. I had to shove him with my boot, hard enough that he stumbled sideways before he snapped out of it. The second he broke eye contact, he bolted, his body pulling against the leash so hard I had to run just to keep upright. We tore back up the road, gravel skidding under my boots, fog breaking apart in swirls as we moved. I could feel the air behind me, heavy with that sound that seemed to chase us, though I couldn't hear it anymore. By the time we reached the gate to my property, my lungs burned and my hand shook so badly I dropped the latch twice before I got it closed. My dog didn't stop until we were halfway up the drive. Even then, he stayed pressed against me, ears back, eyes locked toward the trees. Inside the cabin, I dropped into a chair and felt the shaking work through me like I had been standing in freezing water. My dog planted himself at the window, his body still tense, as though he expected something to follow us all the way in. For a long time, I sat there listening. Nothing came. No footsteps, no rustle of brush, no breathing in the fog. But the weight of that sound stayed in my chest, and the wrongness of it wouldn't let go. Later that day, after the fog lifted and the sun burned the dampness away, I went back to that section of road. I shouldn't have, but I had to know. I carried my sidearm, bear spray clipped to my belt, the radio on my shoulder, and my dog stayed behind this time, pacing the cabin. The dip in the road looked ordinary. Gravel scattered, a few tracks pressed into the damp earth. Deer, raccoon, maybe a coyote. Nothing unusual. But standing there, the silence pressed in again, thick and watchful. No birds, no insects, no movement. It was the kind of silence he noticed because it was too complete. I walked down to the ravine edge, scanning for signs. The slope fell away steeply, thick brush at the bottom. If something had been there, it had left nothing behind. No claw marks on the trees, no prints in the mud, no scat or fur. Nothing. But the feeling didn't leave. It clung like the fog had heavy and wrong. That night my dog refused to go near the trailhead. He planted himself on the porch, facing the trees, his ears flicking at every noise. He had never been that way before, and I trusted him enough to listen. Over the next week, I checked reports from other rangers in the area. A couple of strange calls came in. People hearing unsettling noises near the back trails, campers reporting animals circling but never showing themselves. One mentioned a growl that didn't sound like anything they knew. Another swore something followed them for a mile without stepping into sight. We chalked it up to coyotes, maybe a cougar pushing its range. Animals do strange things, and sometimes they sound stranger. But I couldn't shake the memory of how my dog reacted. I had seen him stare down a bear before without that kind of fear. Whatever we heard, whatever I felt, it wasn't just a wild animal passing by. It was something that belonged out there, yes, but not in the way the others did. To this day, I haven't gone back down that road at dawn. I stick to different trails now, and my dog still avoids that stretch like the ground itself turned against him. Maybe it was a pack of coyotes sounding off in a way I hadn't heard before. Maybe a cougar low growling with the fog carrying it wrong. Maybe something else, something that doesn't have a neat label. All I know is that the feeling of wrongness was real. The weight in my chest, the sound that shook the air, my dog's panic, all of it was real. Out here, you learn to listen to your gut, and mine told me clear enough. That morning wasn't just another wildlife encounter. It was something I was never meant to get close to. Something that warned me off in the only way it could. And I listened, because in the woods, when every instinct in you says run, you run. And you don't look back. I was used to being alone in the woods. Working as a ranger taught me a lot about being alert, watching my surroundings, and paying attention to small details. But the first time I really felt that heavy pressure of being followed didn't happen on some isolated mountain trail or in the middle of a desert canyon. It happened in the middle of a city. Back then, before I transferred to full-time field ranger work, I lived in Chelsea in New York. I had a big dog, an English Mastiff, and we walked everywhere together. That dog was my anchor, my company, and my warning system. He was calm most of the time, lazy even, but when he shifted into that tense state where every muscle in his body stiffened and his ears twitched back, I knew something was off. It started one late afternoon when the streets were still busy, people moving everywhere, the kind of crowd that makes you feel both safe and uneasy at the same time. Safe because there are so many eyes around you, but uneasy because in that crowd you can never really know who is watching you and who is moving with you. My dog kept glancing behind us, his head turning more than usual. At first, I thought it was just food. Street carts were out. Kids were carrying leftovers in paper bags. People dropped crumbs. Normally, that was enough to get his attention, but this was different. His gaze lingered too long in one direction, his growl low, but not full force. I brushed it off at first. You learn to do that in the city. You see too much, hear too much, and you learn to file it away as background noise. But the walk home from Central Park back to Chelsea was long, and the rhythm of footsteps behind us began to stand out. At first it was faint, far back, but after a while I noticed it was consistent. Every block, every crosswalk, every pause at a corner, there it was just behind. The crowd started to thin the farther south I walked. The flashy shops and bright windows gave way to quieter streets, more neighborhood than retail. That's when I tested it. I made a strange turn, one I wouldn't normally take. Instead of going straight toward home, I dipped down a side street, pretending like I was just wandering. I went another block, then cut across again. I felt my pulse in my ears as I slowed down near the curb and glanced over my shoulder. There he was, a man, middle-aged maybe, wearing dark clothes that didn't stand out. Nothing flashy. He didn't look wild or out of control, which almost made it worse. He looked too calm, too deliberate. His pace was steady, his focus locked. I could feel his eyes on me, even though he didn't move fast. It wasn't some accident. He had been with us since the park. My dog must have felt the change in me, because he growled deeper, the kind that made his chest rumble. Normally people crossed the street when they saw him. He was huge, a wall of muscle and drool, the kind of dog that looked like he could knock someone down without effort. But this man didn't slow down. He kept coming, the distance between us shrinking now that the sidewalks weren't full of people. That's when fear started crawling up the back of my neck. The city can swallow you whole. In daylight, you think there are always witnesses, always people ready to step in, but the truth is different. People look away. People pretend they don't see. And once the crowds thin, once the shop fronts fade into darkened doorways, you realize how quickly you can be alone. I try to play it smart. I didn't want to run and make it obvious. I just kept walking, scanning ahead for someplace, any place that felt safe. I remember a restaurant I had eaten at before, a place with a small patio in the back where I had once seen someone bring a dog. It wasn't far, but getting there felt like crossing open water with a shark circling behind. Every step felt heavier. I could hear him getting closer, the echo of his shoes hitting the concrete behind me. I turned again, another unnecessary street, and there he was, right behind. My stomach dropped. My dog's ears pinned back, his body pressed closer to my leg, ready. I didn't know why anyone would keep following a woman with a dog that size, but that's what chilled me the most. If the sight of him didn't scare the man, then what was he planning? By the time we reached the restaurant, my nerves were buzzing so hard I could barely think straight. I pushed through the door, muttering a quick apology as my dog squeezed in beside me. I saw the startled look from one of the staff, but I didn't care. I needed space, I needed distance. I explained fast, heart hammering, that someone was following me. The words tumbled out as I asked if I could just wait, just call a friend. The staff gave me that look of pity mixed with worry. They let me sit on the patio with my dog while I called. I remember staring at the gate, half expecting him to come right in, but he didn't. He walked past, slow, like he wasn't in a hurry. I watched him out the window. He didn't look inside, didn't break stride, just kept going, as if he knew he had been seen, as if he knew I had pulled away from whatever he had planned. I stayed there until my friend came to get me. My dog never took his eyes off the street the whole time, growling under his breath whenever footsteps passed. When we finally left, the night air felt colder, sharper. The streets looked the same as they always did, but nothing felt normal. That night, lying awake in my friend's place with my dog at my feet, I thought about how close I had been to being pulled into something I didn't understand. I thought about the way the man walked, calm and patient, as if following someone home wasn't unusual at all. I thought about what might have happened if I had kept walking, if I had gone straight to my apartment and unlocked the door with him, standing too close behind me. Working later as a ranger, I carried that night with me. It reminded me that danger isn't always loud or obvious. Sometimes it's slow, steady, patient. Sometimes it's the footsteps that never fade, the eyes that never look away. In the wilderness, I keep my senses sharp for bears, for storms, for cliffs hidden under snow. But in the city, the predators walk on two legs and blend into the crowd. That was the night I learned to trust my dog without question and to always believe the weight of eyes on my back. It ended safe for me, but only because I changed my path, only because I listened to the warnings and found a place with people before it was too late. It made me understand something I never forgot. Survival often comes down to small choices, and danger can follow you anywhere, even in the middle of the busiest city in the world. I've been a park ranger long enough to know that dogs sometimes notice things before we do. Their ears catch faint sounds, their noses pick up scents we can't imagine, and sometimes their instincts are sharper than ours. Still, there was something about that day in the national forest that I'll never forget, something about the way my dog reacted that shook me in a way I had never been shaken before. Looking back now, I believe the decision to turn back saved us from something we didn't want to cross paths with. The day had started normally, the way so many shifts in the forest do. My wife had decided to tag along for a hike since I wasn't officially on duty that day, just keeping my eyes open the way rangers always do. She loved the outdoors almost as much as I did, and our dog, an energetic mutt with more stamina than I could ever keep up with, was thrilled to be out there with us. The weather was near perfect, a crisp but mild morning with a thin mist still clinging to the trees when we pulled into the trailhead parking lot. The trail we had chosen was one of the more popular ones in the area, at least for the first couple of miles. It wound gently through mixed hardwoods and pines before reaching a waterfall and a natural swimming hole where people gathered on warm weekends. It wasn't one of those places with railings or boardwalks, just a rocky basin carved out by centuries of falling water. But it was beautiful and had a way of drawing crowds. We passed a handful of people as we set out, families with kids, young couples, older hikers. Everyone was in good spirits, and the forest felt alive with the usual noises of people chatting, dogs barking, and the steady rush of water in the distance. The smell of wet earth and pine needles mixed with the faint scent of sunscreen someone had slathered on nearby. Our dog was practically dancing down the trail, nose in the air, tail wagging, moving from one side of the path to the other like she was trying to take everything in at once. She loved the woods. She could have walked all day, and she would have kept going long after I was ready to quit. I used to joke that if she were ever off leash in a place like this, she'd just keep running until she hit the ocean. When we reached the waterfall, the crowd had already settled in. Some people were wading into the pool, shrieking as the cold water touched their skin. Others were lounging on towels spread across the rocks. The falls thundered into the basin, throwing up mist that glistened in the sunlight filtering through the trees. It was one of those postcard-perfect places, and I could see why so many stopped there. But we hadn't come to spend the day swimming. Our plan was to push past the falls, up the steeper section of trail that fewer people bothered with. Beyond that climb, the trail continued for miles into less traveled country, places where the forest grew denser and the sense of isolation set in quickly. We started up the incline, moving past the noise of the waterfall. The crowd faded behind us as we climbed switchbacks, our breathing steady, our boots digging into the dirt and scattered roots. Our dog, still bounding ahead, pulled slightly on the leash, but never enough to be bothersome. She seemed in her element. After another mile or so, the sounds of people were gone. The forest grew quieter except for the natural noises, the wind moving through branches, the occasional snap of a twig, the distant call of a bird. Sunlight came in patches through the canopy, dappling the ground. The trail narrowed, pressed on both sides by undergrowth and the occasional thicket of mountain laurel. It was the kind of hiking I liked best. Just us, the dog, and the forest. No noise from cars, no chatter of people, just the deep stillness that only a place far from civilization can hold. That's when everything changed. We were moving through one of the denser sections of trail, a place where the underbrush crowded in close, when our dog suddenly froze. She stopped so abruptly that the leash went tight in my hand, and I nearly stumbled. Her body went rigid, her head fixed forward, ears perked high, tail dropped low. I thought at first she'd spotted a deer. She loved to watch them, though she'd never shown any real aggression toward wildlife. But when I followed her gaze, I didn't see anything. The trail ahead bent slightly around a cluster of thick shrubs and boulders, and beyond there was just more forest. Nothing moved. No sound carried through except the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. Still, she wouldn't budge. I tugged lightly on the leash, expecting her to snap out of it and move forward, but she planted her paws and leaned back. Her hackles weren't raised, but she let out a low whine that vibrated in the silence. Then she pulled, not forward but backward toward the way we had come. She strained on the leash, desperate to turn around. I had never seen her act like that before. Not once. She was the kind of dog that wanted to explore everything, to sniff out every trail and climb every hill. Fear wasn't something she showed, but in that moment, she wanted nothing more than to get out of that place. I stopped and listened harder, trying to figure out what had set her off. The forest was quiet. Too quiet, maybe no bird calls, no distant woodpecker hammering on a tree. Even the wind seemed to have stilled. It was the kind of silence that makes the hair on the back of your neck prickle. My wife had noticed it too. She stood still beside me, scanning the trail, her breathing a little faster now. I raised my head, listening for anything, footsteps, movement in the brush, the sound of an animal. Nothing. I thought about what it could be. A bear was possible. This area had its fair share of them. If one was up ahead on the trail, bedded down in the brush, or moving quietly, the dog might have caught the scent long before we did. Coyotes were another option, though less likely to stop her cold like this. But there was another thought too, one I didn't like entertaining. It wasn't unusual for people to wander deep into the forest for reasons that had nothing to do with hiking or enjoying nature. I'd come across camps hidden back in the woods before, the kind where people didn't want to be found. Poachers, squatters, sometimes worse. And if someone like that was up ahead, silent in the brush, watching us, the idea sent a chill through me. I looked down at the dog again. She wasn't just nervous. She was scared. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes wide, focused on whatever she thought was ahead of us. Then she gave another whine and pulled harder toward the direction of the waterfall. That was enough for me. We turned around. No hesitation. If the dog didn't want to go forward, we weren't going forward. We moved quickly back down the trail, not running, but walking fast enough to put distance between us and that stretch of woods. My wife kept glancing over her shoulder, and I found myself doing the same. The silence pressed in around us, heavy and unnatural. When we finally reached the waterfall again, the sound of rushing water and the sight of people scattered around the basin felt like a relief. The forest seemed lighter, safer. The dog relaxed almost instantly, tail wagging again as if nothing had happened. But the moment stuck with me. I never found out what was up that trail. Maybe it really was a bear, and we avoided a dangerous encounter. Maybe it was someone hiding out in the woods, someone we didn't want to meet. I'll never know, but I trust my dog's instincts, and I believe she knew something we didn't. That day taught me something I've carried through all my years as a ranger. The forest has layers we can't always see, and sometimes the animals sense what we can't. When the dog tells you not to go forward, you listen. We made it back safely, but every time I think about that dense stretch of trail, I feel the same unease crawl through me. Maybe we avoided nothing more than a startled black bear. Or maybe we avoided something far worse. Either way, I'll never forget the way she stopped, stared, and refused to take another step into those woods. I have worked as a ranger long enough to know that you never really get a normal day. You can start the morning thinking it will be routine, checking boundaries, walking the trails, fixing broken signs or drains. and then something comes along that shakes you in a way you won't forget. I always say the woods and fields look calm from the outside, but if you spend your life around them, you know they're never empty. Someone or something is always moving in the background. That summer was hot and heavy. The air hung thick, and you felt it press against your skin even in the shade. My days were filled with maintenance work because we'd had a wet spring and all the low ground was flooded out. I've been cutting ditches, pulling brush, and making sure runoff didn't pool so badly it killed off the plants or washed out the paths. It was dirty work, tractor work mostly, with the kind of heat that left your shirt soaked through before noon. My family had been out on the property that morning. My wife had sent the grandbaby outside with her babysitter. The sitter was just 13, still a kid herself, but responsible in that early teen way where they want to prove they can handle things. My grandbaby was 5, full of energy, the kind who wore herself out quick and then crashed just as hard. I remember seeing them come out on the porch all dressed up for their day. They both wore those wide sun hats my wife had picked out for them, bigger than their heads, so they drooped at the sides. The sitter had a backpack slung on her shoulders with towels, snacks, maybe a change of clothes stuffed in. They both had bathing suits under their clothes, planning to head across the farm lots to the beach like it was their little adventure. The 2 mastiffs trailed right behind them. Those dogs didn't let the baby out of their sight. They were massive, slow, to strangers, but they had a steady watchfulness that I always trusted. Then came the duck, the one that lived on our mud porch. He'd hatched with a busted wing, couldn't fly, so my wife kept him as a pet. That bird followed people around like he belonged in the family. My grandbaby scooped him right up before they left, holding him like he was another one of her stuffed animals. It made me laugh because she carried him along as though the duck had asked for Nutella on toast too. So off they went across the fields with the dogs, and the duck waddling after them. I didn't think much of it. They'd done it before, walking out to the shore for a picnic and a dip. I had my own work waiting, so I climbed back on the tractor and kept cutting the ditches. Later, I'd learned the sitter had set them up on a blanket by the water. They swam, ate sandwiches, and cooled off. But something bothered the dogs. The mastiffs weren't relaxing like they usually did. Instead, they kept shifting positions, putting themselves between the baby and certain directions, especially wherever the duck turned his head. It was as if the bird was sensing something and the dogs were following his lead, blocking off one side like a wall. After a while, our other 2 dogs from the house came barreling down through the fields. They weren't supposed to be out, but they'd follow the trail. The sitter told me later she thought they were just being rowdy and rough, like dogs sometimes when they get stirred up, but she felt uneasy enough to pack things up. She didn't want to deal with the whole crew anymore. She slipped into a t-shirt and sweatpants, so she wouldn't have to walk home in a wet bathing suit. My grandbaby pulled on her pants and sun hat again. Then the little group, dogs and duck included, headed back toward the farm. That's when I saw them. I was still up on the tractor, the engine rattling beneath me, mud streaking my boots when I looked across the field and caught sight of them walking. They were making their way steady across the lots, the dogs moving tight at their sides, the duck trailing like some clumsy captain. I figured I'd give them a lift so they wouldn't have to trudge through the tall grass. I turned the tractor and drove toward them. But then my eyes caught something else. Movement. Not slow, not casual like a hiker. A figure, full-grown, running across the open area beyond the unplanted ground. It wasn't any of us, wasn't a farmhand, wasn't someone I recognized. The way he moved, fast, hunched forward, like he didn't want to be seen, but had already been spotted. My stomach tightened instantly. I pulled up to the girls, loaded them on, and got them back home quick. My face must have given me away because the sitter kept glancing at me, wide-eyed, though I didn't say anything. Once the girls were safe inside with my wife, I rounded up my field hands. I wasn't going to let a stranger slip around back there, with kids nearby. We went straight out to the stretch near the beach access where I'd seen the figure. The ground was soft in spots from the spring rain, and sure enough, there were prints. Heavy boot marks cutting through the grass and mud, not fresh from that second, but recent. They trailed down toward the sound, toward the narrow strip of path that locals sometimes used if they didn't want to come in through the main entrance. I'll never forget that sense of violation. Someone hiding back there, close enough to watch the girls, close enough to sprint away when I noticed. It made my skin crawl worse than anything I'd faced in the woods before, and I've run into bears, cougars, and more. Animals make sense. They act on need. But people can be worse. We spread out, combing through the brush. The dogs, when we let them out, pulled hard toward the same direction. They knew where he'd gone. The mastiffs were stiff, their hackles raised, not the easy protectors I knew, but bristling, ready. We found broken stalks, candy wrappers, a crushed water bottle half buried in the mud. Someone had been camping out, or at least hanging around long enough to leave garbage behind. By the time the sun dropped, we'd followed the trail as far as the access point. From there, the tracks vanished into the harder ground and the boardwalk planks. The tide was up, washing away any hope of prints on the shore. Whoever it was had used the path to slip away clean. That night, I sat on the porch and watched the fields in the dim glow. The duck had waddled back to his usual spot on the mud porch, but the mastiffs paced restlessly, noses in the wind. My wife kept the girls close, the baby tucked in bed with her. The sitter sat quiet, probably replaying it in her head. I felt a heavy guilt then. I let myself believe our land was safe because it was ours, because we'd worked it for years. But the truth was anyone could come through the back. Anyone could linger where the kids played. The next morning, I filed a report. I wasn't about to let it slide. Deputies came out, walked the area, took down what I'd seen. They knew the back access had been a problem before. A few times we'd found litter, beer cans, even a fire ring someone had built where they weren't supposed to. But this was worse. This was a grown man running when he realized he'd been spotted near 2 children. For weeks after, I changed how I worked. I didn't let the kids roam the lots the same way. I took the tractor to that field almost daily, as if my presence alone would keep strangers out. The dogs became even more important. They stuck tight to the baby every time she stepped outside. And the duck, odd as it sounds, remained part of the story. The sitter swore the dogs had followed his lead, blocking the way he turned, as if he'd sensed the danger before anyone else did. The land never looked the same to me after that. The field stretched just as wide. The beach glistened under the same sun, but I couldn't shake the image of that runner cutting across the open ground. It was a reminder that no matter how much we thought of the farm as ours, the edges always touched the outside world. And sometimes the outside world pressed back in. Looking back now, I know how close we came to something that could have ended badly. If I hadn't looked up when I did, I might have missed him. If the sitter hadn't trusted her gut to pack up and head home, they might have stayed longer out of sight. If the dogs hadn't stayed alert, maybe he'd have gotten closer before anyone noticed. Every piece of it lined up just enough to keep the girls safe. That day became one of the stories I tell every new ranger who joins our crew. I tell them you can't measure danger by what you expect. You can patrol for bears, watch for storms, prepare for fires, but the scariest thing is sometimes the stranger you don't know, the one who doesn't belong, the one you almost miss until he's already gone. And that's why I never stop looking across the fields, never stop checking the edges, and never let myself believe that the land is empty. Because it isn't. It never is. I worked as a desert park ranger for years, and most of the time it was routine. Checking gates, patrolling trails, refilling map boxes, making sure campers had their permits. The desert can feel empty, but the emptiness is deceptive. Things happen out there that stick with you, things I can't ever shake. They weren't supernatural, no ghosts or legends, but real, ugly events that made me realize how much weight silence and isolation can carry. Out there, the sun and wind dry everything out, even your nerves. You learn quickly that the desert has a way of keeping secrets, and sometimes those secrets show up when you least expect them. The first thing that ever really shook me was a call from one of our volunteers. Volunteers help us a lot with the smaller things, trail maintenance, trash pickup, keeping eyes on the campgrounds. This one had been working near one of the more remote campsites when he spotted a car that didn't look right. He said it was still smoking, the last embers of something burned out. Burned cars weren't uncommon in our parks. Stolen cars were often dumped deep into the desert, and some people seemed to think setting them on fire was the final punctuation mark. So when he called, I figured it was another shell of a car someone didn't want to be traced back to. I drove out there with another ranger. It was late afternoon, the sun low but still pouring down heat. We parked behind a volunteer's truck and walked down to where the vehicle sat. The smell hit before the sight did. That sour, sweet, chemical stench of melted plastic and scorched upholstery. The car itself was blackened and buckled, glass pooled on the dirt in little bubbled clumps. At first glance, it was just another burned-out husk. We stood there, arms crossed, half waiting for the fire department, half killing time. The desert was quiet except for a breeze that carried the smell around us. But after a couple of minutes, I noticed something off. The shape in the driver's seat wasn't just a melted mass of foam and fabric. There was structure to it. I remember leaning a little closer and realizing what it was: the outline of a body slumped forward. The longer I stared, the more details resolved. Charred edges of clothes fused to the frame. A skull shape bowed down toward the steering wheel. For a moment I thought maybe it had been a dummy, maybe something left there as a trick, but the details were too real. Once I understood what I was looking at, everything in the scene shifted. Suddenly, the silence around me felt heavier. I glanced around and started noticing things I'd missed before. Food wrappers scattered on the dirt just outside the car, a half-empty jug of water, and something that looked like rope, partly melted. Looking closer, it became clear that whoever had been in that seat hadn't been there by choice. They'd been tied, bound in place, been shot before the fire ever touched them. That moment stuck in me like a splinter. Standing in the desert sun, surrounded by silence, looking at what was left of a person who had died violently and alone. The fire department came, then law enforcement. They taped it off, took photos, and wrote down details. No one came back with answers. They packed the body, scraped up what evidence they could, and left. The park cleaned up the rest. After that, the site earned a nickname among rangers, the haunted site. It wasn't haunted in any real sense, but every time I drove past it, I thought about what had happened. Campers loved that spot. It was one of the most requested campsites in that little park, probably because people liked the privacy and the view. They never knew what had happened there. But I did, and every time I saw someone laughing and setting up a tent there, I wondered if they'd feel the same if they knew what the ground beneath them had seen. That wasn't the only time death came close to our parks. Not long after, one of our cubicle chiefs took a call from a man who sounded like he was at the end of his rope. He said he had guns and he was going to end it. He gave a location, not inside the park, but close enough that we were pulled into it. Calls like that are heavy. You never know if it's real or just someone venting into the phone. 2 of my co-workers were sent to check it out, though another agency had already been dispatched. They drove out, following the directions, down long dirt stretches where cell service dropped out completely. By the time they arrived, another set of rangers had gotten there first. They waved them off, told them to turn around before paperwork piled onto their desks. The scene had already been found, and it wasn't clean. The man had followed through, shooting himself, but not in a way that ended it quickly. He tried to walk for help afterward, staggering down a dirt road, bleeding out into the dust. He didn't make it far. The cleanup was bad. My coworkers turned around, silent the whole way back. I didn't see it firsthand, but I saw how it weighed on them. What cut deeper was knowing the ranger who did respond fully was a woman who had just lost her husband, also a ranger, to suicide the month before. She had been the one to find him too, and now she had found this man. 2 scenes too close together, both carving in her life. That's something no training prepares you for. And it stuck in my mind because it reminded me how thin the line was between our uniforms and the people we dealt with. The desert can hollow you out, and sometimes the silence feels endless. But the time I felt true fear, the kind that grabs your chest and freezes you, was something different. It wasn't death I stumbled into, but the kind of isolation that turns your imagination against you. When I first started, I had been assigned to 2 parks that were closed at the time. Both of them sat way out there, about 30 miles from the nearest houses. Even those houses were usually empty in the summer, people fleeing the heat for somewhere cooler. That meant when I was there, I was really alone. No headlights on the horizon, no porch lights in the distance. Just desert stretching in every direction. I didn't mind the solitude at first. I even liked it. The quiet made the stars brighter, the night clearer. One night, I decided to drive out to one of the darker parks to watch a meteor shower. I figured it was a good chance to practice on my banjo too. The idea sounds ridiculous now, but back then it felt like a harmless plan. I parked near a picnic table, pulled the banjo out of the case, and started plucking under the stars. My playing was awful, just aimless strings and clumsy notes, but it gave me something to do while I waited for the meteors to streak across the sky. The desert around me was still, just crickets chirping in the distance. But after a while, I felt something start to press in, a kind of uneasiness. It started as a thought in the back of my head and grew heavier the longer I sat there. My eyes kept drifting to the edges of the picnic area, to the shadows where the creosote bushes stood. My mind started filling in shapes, suggesting movement. I tried to focus on the stars, but the silence between the plucked notes stretched too long, leaving me exposed to every rustle and every whisper of wind. The thoughts rolled in one after another. What if someone was out there watching? What if they come back to the burn car site, the same one where a man had died? What if they'd been listening the whole time, waiting for a moment to step out of the darkness? My hands started sweating against the strings. I tried to laugh it off, but the silence felt like it was breathing down my neck. Then I heard it, muffled voices in the brush. Quick mumbles, high-pitched sounds that didn't fit the silence. I froze, staring into the black, heart hammering. I couldn't make out words, but the sounds grew closer, the rustle of dry branches giving them shape. My throat tightened. It sounded like children. High, fast voices, right on the edge of laughter. My whole body turned cold. In the middle of that empty desert, miles from any house, the thought of children whispering in the brush twisted everything sideways. The blood drained from my face, and I gripped the banjo like it was the only solid thing left. The sounds came closer, the rustling sharper. I braced myself for something impossible, something I couldn't explain. But then, bursting through the creosote, came 3 coyotes. They bounded past me, yipping and barking, their voices the same high-pitched sounds that had twisted my gut a moment earlier. They didn't even care that I was there. They passed within feet of me, shadows moving fast and careless, then disappeared into the night. Just coyotes running the desert like they always had, their calls carrying strange in the stillness. Relief hit me like a wave, but it didn't shake off the fear completely. My hands trembled as I packed the banjo back into its case. That was the last time I ever played out there alone. I learned that night how quickly the mind can spiral when you're isolated, how easy it is to turn normal sounds into something terrifying. The desert amplifies everything, every silence, every shadow, every whisper of wind, and it doesn't take much to make you feel like you're not alone when you are. Years later, I still think about those nights. The burn car, the suicide call, the coyotes. None of it was supernatural. None of it belonged in ghost stories. But all of it was real, and all of it carried a weight that stuck with me. The desert doesn't need ghosts to be haunted. It has enough of its own, in memories and in silence. And once you've seen them, you carry them with you forever. I've been working as a ranger long enough to know that not every frightening sound in the woods comes from something dangerous. But that doesn't make it any less terrifying in the moment when you're deep in the trees, far away from the road, and something makes the hair on your neck stand up. The Adirondacks have taught me that fear has a way of creeping in when you're most vulnerable. And sometimes the hardest part is sorting out what's real and what's in your head. I remember a stretch of early spring a few years back when trails were just beginning to thaw out from the long winter. I had been assigned to walk a few loops near one of the smaller lakes, checking for blowdowns, making notes on washouts, and seeing how much trail cleanup would be needed before the official season picked up. The path wound around the lake in a long loop, with only one official entry and exit point near the small gravel parking area. If you committed to that trail, you had to follow it through unless you wanted to fight your way through bogs and brush to cut it short. The morning was gray and cool, the kind where your breath fogs in front of you even though the sun should be getting stronger. Patches of snow still clung to shaded parts of the trail, and the ground alternated between being firm and muddy, depending on where the water had collected. The lake itself was calm, a sheet of dull, silver water with mist hanging low above it. It was quiet, the kind of quiet where every stick snap under your boots carries farther than you expect. About halfway around the loop, the trail split briefly to lead down toward a waterfall that was popular once the season opened. I took the side path, figuring I might as well note whether downed trees had blocked it. The air was damp near the falls, and I could hear the faint roar of water crashing against rock before I even reached the overlook. I stood there for a while listening, writing a few things in my log, and then turned back to continue. That was when I heard it. At first it was faint, like a deep rumble, the kind you feel in your chest more than hear with your ears. I froze because my first thought was that a large animal, maybe a moose, was stamping through the brush. The sound came again, heavier this time, like something big hitting the ground in quick bursts. My instinct told me it was getting closer, the vibrations carrying through the soft, wet soil. Then came a noise I had never heard before. It wasn't the crash of branches breaking or the call of something I recognized. It was a low, rolling growl, but it built so quickly and so unnaturally that it made the hairs on my arms rise. It sounded mechanical, almost like the way Hollywood makes alien noises in movies. It rolled out of the trees in waves, rising in speed, vibrating through the air. It was so strange and so sudden that my mind couldn't place it in any category. My chest tightened instantly. I turned and started moving fast, boots slipping in mud, heart hammering. Every part of me screamed not to stop. I didn't want to turn back toward the trailhead, because that meant going past the direction of the noise. The loop around the lake felt endless, but it was my only option. My breathing was ragged, and I felt like I couldn't get enough air as I forced my legs to keep pushing. The trail soon gave way to stretches of boggy ground where runoff from the hills had pooled. Each step was a fight, the muck pulling at my boots, making a sucking noise every time I tried to lift a foot. My pants were splattered up to the knees. The brush on either side was thick and damp, the kind of undergrowth that clung to you and slowed you down even more. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see some massive animal charging through the trees. I could hear the faint rumbling again, distant but echoing strangely across the water. My stomach clenched so hard it hurt. I told myself not to fall, not to trip, just to keep moving. It felt like forever slogging through the bog and then dragging myself back onto the narrow stretch of trail that curved toward the far side of the lake. My legs burned, my chest felt tight, and sweat ran down my back despite the cold air. When I finally saw the gravel lot through the trees, relief hit me like a wave. My shoulders dropped. My legs almost gave out from the sudden release of tension. I reached the car, mud-caked and shaking. I sat on the bumper for a long while, chest heaving, before I could even think about writing anything in my log. I'd faced bears before, even had close calls with moose, but this was different. The sound had been so unnatural that it didn't fit in with anything I knew about the woods. For the rest of that season, I couldn't shake the memory of that strange growl. Every time I walked that trail, I half expected to hear it again. I never did. Eventually, work and time dulled the edge of it, but it never fully went away. Fear like that leaves a mark. Years later, on a night when I was off duty and sitting at home, I had a nature playlist running in the background while I tried to fall asleep. It was just a mix of forest and animal sounds, nothing unusual. Then it came, that same rolling, rapid growl that had sent me running years earlier. My stomach dropped. For a moment, I thought I was losing my mind. The sound carried through my speakers exactly as it had through the trees. My chest went cold, and I actually sat up, sweating, before I realized it was part of the recording. I looked it up right away, and that's when I learned the truth. It wasn't a moose or a bear or anything otherworldly. It was a ruffed grouse. The males beat their wings against their chest in a rapid pattern during mating season, producing a drumming sound that rolls through the forest like a growl. The wing beats start slow and speed up, creating that strange mechanical sounding noise that I had mistaken for something far worse. The relief was sharp, but it was mixed with embarrassment too. All that panic, all that terror, and it had been a bird trying to attract a mate. But in that moment, deep in the Adirondacks, tired, cold, and already strung out from long days in the field, My brain had taken that unfamiliar sound and painted it with the worst possible picture. That experience taught me something I've carried into every season since. Fear thrives on the unknown. The woods are full of strange noises, and when you can't see the source, your mind invents one. Out there, with miles between you and help, that invention can feel more real than anything. I've dealt with plenty of real dangers, wild animals, storms, injuries on the trail, but sometimes it's the things that aren't dangerous at all that shake you the most. Even now, when I hear the drumming of a grouse, I feel that same shiver run down my spine. It doesn't matter that I know what it is. It doesn't matter that I can explain it. My body remembers the way it felt to run through mud, lungs burning, convinced that something was chasing me. And every time, it reminds me how thin the line is between calm and panic when you're alone in the woods. I had signed up for an archaeological field school in the mountains, the kind of program that promised adventure, hands-on experience, and weeks of living close to the land while learning about the traces of ancient people who had once called it home. It sounded perfect at the time. I was young enough to think 6 weeks of living in a tent at 7,500 feet would feel like freedom instead of isolation. The site was beautiful, no doubt about that, but it was also remote. The nearest paved road was 10 miles away, and the dirt track that connected us to it was a rough, bone-rattling route that you didn't take unless you had to. Once the trucks dropped us off with our gear, we all knew we'd mostly be staying put. My tent was pitched near the edge of the main camp. From the outside, it looked like nothing, just a worn green dome tent big enough for me, my sleeping bag, and a duffel. But it became my world. After the long days in the field, sunburned, dusty, and sore, I would crawl inside, zip it shut, and tell myself it was safe enough. It was thin nylon, really nothing between me and whatever moved out there in the dark. But when you're that far from civilization, you take comfort where you can get it. The camp sat in a meadow carved out between tall stands of pine and aspen. To the east, the land rose into ridges and dark timber that seemed endless. To the west, it dropped into gullies where seasonal creeks still carried water. Every night, the temperature dropped sharply. The kind of mountain cold that crawled under your clothes no matter how many layers you wore. The stars, though, were something else. With no towns for miles, the sky was sharp and endless, almost too much to take in when you lay there staring up at it. The first couple weeks passed in that rhythm. Up at sunrise, long hikes to the site, hours in the dirt digging carefully with trowels and brushes, back to camp exhausted. Meals were simple: beans, rice, pasta, anything that could be cooked on propane stoves or the campfire. Most nights, I fell asleep before my head even settled into the rolled-up sweatshirt I used as a pillow. But by the third week, the fatigue turned into a deeper awareness of where we were. It wasn't just the work. It was the realization of how alone we were in that country. I started to notice sounds at night. The shifting of branches, the sudden silence of insects, the distant yip of coyotes echoing off the slopes. Sometimes I'd hear larger movements, something crashing through brush that wasn't just a rabbit or bird. You learn to tell the difference out there. You tell yourself it's deer, or maybe an elk, but you also know mountain lions and black bears call those forests home. One night, I woke suddenly. At first, I thought it was just a dream pulling me out of sleep, but then I heard a huffing, snorting sound right outside my tent wall. The sound was wet, heavy like something pushing air out through large nostrils. I froze, not even breathing for a second. My heart was pounding hard enough, I thought it would give me away. The nylon of the tent pressed inward, brushing against my forehead. I realized something was bumping the side of my tent, right where my head was. The shape wasn't sharp, but solid, like a shoulder or a muzzle pushing into the thin fabric. The smell hit me next. Musky, earthy, strong enough to cut through the cold night air. I knew it wasn't human. Instinct took over before thought. I threw an overhead punch straight up at the spot where the tent wall pushed in. My fist connected with something solid. Not bone exactly, but firm like thick muscle covered in coarse hair. The impact startled me as much as it must have startled the animal. There was a sudden snort, a quick shuffle of movement, and then silence. I stayed frozen, every sense draining. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and too loud, but nothing else. No footsteps, no crashing away through the brush. Just the silence of the high country at night. Minutes passed, maybe more. I didn't dare move. Every instinct told me not to unzip the tent, not to look outside, not to step into the open where I would be exposed. The tent wasn't real protection. I knew that, but it was something, a barrier, however flimsy, between me and whatever had just been close enough to touch my head through thin fabric. I stayed like that until exhaustion finally pushed me back into uneasy sleep. The next morning, I crawled out into the cold light of dawn, my body stiff from the tension of the night before. The meadow was quiet, dew sparkling in the grass. I walked slowly around my tent, looking for signs. At first, I saw nothing, but then I noticed impressions in the soil, disturbed earth where hooves or paws had pressed down. They weren't clear enough to tell me exactly what had been there. Could have been cattle from the Forest Service grazing allotments. Could have been something wilder. The thought that it might have been a cow was almost laughable, but also comforting. A cow with insomnia, wandering through camp. That was the best option, but the other options lingered too. A bear nosing around, curious about the smell of food on my clothes. Or worse, a mountain lion, quiet and deliberate, brushing against my tent in the dark. I told myself not to dwell on it. We had work to do. The others didn't need to hear about me punching some mystery animal in the middle of the night. So I kept it to myself. But from then on, I couldn't sleep the same way. Each night, when the last fire died down and everyone retreated to their tents, I lay awake longer. I listened harder. Every crack of a twig or shuffle in the brush seemed closer than before. My tent, once a comfort, now felt like a trap. Thin walls keeping me inside, hiding me, but not protecting me. A few nights later, I woke again. This time, it wasn't the sound of snorting. It was silence that woke me. The night noises had cut off all at once. No crickets, no night birds, just the sound of the wind high in the trees. My body tensed immediately. I knew enough to trust that silence. It meant something was nearby, something that commanded the attention of every small creature around. I lay there, breathing shallow, waiting. Minutes dragged. Then from just beyond the edge of camp, I heard it. A slow, steady movement through the grass. Not running, not careless. Each step deliberate, heavy enough that I could feel the faintest vibration through the ground. I clenched my fists inside my sleeping bag. Every instinct screamed at me not to move, not to make a sound. My eyes darted to the zipper of the tent. If I had to get out, it would take too long. I was stuck inside. The steps came closer. I could picture the shape of my head, though I couldn't see it. A bear, most likely. Black bears weren't always aggressive, but food was scarce up there. A tent wasn't much of a barrier if it decided to push harder. Then, just like before, the fabric of my tent pressed inward, brushing lightly against my shoulder this time. My throat went dry. I didn't punch this time. I didn't move at all. I just lay there, frozen, while the weight pressed for a moment, then lifted. The sound of steps moved on, slow and steady, across the meadow and into the timber. The night sounds didn't return until long after. When morning came, I checked again for tracks. This time there was no mistaking it. Clear prints in the soft earth, rounded pads, claw marks pressing into the soil. Bear, black bear for sure, and close, right up against my tent. I felt something shift in me then. It wasn't just fear, it was awareness. Out here, we weren't at the top of the food chain. We were guests, temporary and fragile, living on borrowed space and land that belonged to creatures stronger and more adapted than we were. I finished out the field school, but I never slept soundly again in those weeks. I kept my food sealed tight, stored well away from camp. I kept bear spray close at hand, though I knew how little it might mean if something really decided to test me. Every night, I listened. Every morning, I checked the ground around my tent. The last week, I moved my tent closer to the center of camp, near the others. It made me feel less isolated, though it didn't change the reality of where we were. When the 6 weeks were finally over, and the trucks came to haul us back to the paved road, I felt a relief I hadn't expected. I looked back at that meadow, at the tents being taken down, at the ridge rising dark and endless behind us. It was beautiful, Yes, but also humbling in a way that had carved itself into me. People like to imagine the wilderness as a playground, a place to explore, somewhere to conquer. Living out there, even for a short time, taught me otherwise. The wilderness doesn't care about you. It doesn't bend to your presence. It reminds you, if you're lucky enough to walk away, that you're small, that you're fragile, and that sometimes the thin walls we trust to keep us safe are only illusions. For me, it will always come back to that night. The sound of breathing inches from my head, the press of something large and alive through thin nylon, and the knowledge that I had punched into the dark without knowing what was truly there. Maybe it was just a cow with insomnia, wandering close out of curiosity. Maybe it was a bear testing the strange shape in its meadow. I'll never know for sure, but I know this, that tent never felt safe again, and the mountains never looked the same after that. I became a park ranger because I thought I understood the outdoors. I thought that if I knew the maps, if I trained my body, if I learned the signs of weather and wildlife, then nothing out there could really catch me off guard. I believed preparedness was protection. Over the years, I learned that wasn't the whole truth. What makes the woods, mountains, and plains truly dangerous isn't just the bears or cliffs or storms. It's the fact that people, even experienced ones, are fragile. We're smaller than the land. We get tired, we get sloppy, we make mistakes. I've seen seasoned hikers break ankles on flat trails, hunters get lost in daylight, and families underestimate just how quickly the temperature can drop when the sun slips away. I thought I had learned my lesson from other people's mistakes. I thought I knew better. The incident that still follows me happened on a shift that wasn't supposed to be remarkable at all. I had been assigned to patrol a long stretch of backcountry trail. It was late summer, the kind of time when the days are still hot in the afternoon, but the evenings come faster than you think. I left the station in the morning with a heavy pack, plenty of water, enough food to last me through an overnight if something went wrong, rain gear, extra socks, a sleeping bag, and my first aid kit. Everything was accounted for. My radio was charged, my map folded neatly into a waterproof sleeve, my GPS clipped to the shoulder strap. The trail started easy, weaving through pine and spruce. The air smelled dry and sharp, the way mountain air always does. Pine needles softened each step, muffling my boots. At first the path was wide enough for two, then it narrowed as it bent around the base of an outcrop. The work was simple. Check for signs of erosion, look for downed trees, make notes of anything needing maintenance, and be on the lookout for campers or hikers who might be in over their heads. For most of the day, I didn't see anyone. The backcountry isn't like the main tourist trails where you hear chatter and footsteps every 100 yards. It's lonely out there. Sometimes hours pass without a single sound besides wind or a jay's call. That solitude is beautiful when you're calm, but it also heightens every snap of a branch. Every irregular sound becomes important. By late afternoon, the sky began to change. Clouds rolled in from the west, stacking higher and darker, the kind that don't always bring rain but make the light dull and gray. My plan had been to reach a ridgeline before dusk, then descend toward a ranger cabin that sat in a valley. But I was slower than expected. My legs were heavier than they should have been. I kept adjusting the straps of my pack, shifting weight from hip to shoulder, shoulder to hip. The ridge trail was barren compared to the woods below. The trees thinned out, replaced by jagged rocks and low, twisted shrubs. Wind came up stronger with nothing to block it. My shirt clung with sweat, even as the air cooled. The ground underfoot was dry, dusty in some spots, sharp with loose stone in others. My boots slipped twice on gravel. Each time I caught myself, my heart leapt. That feeling, your body nearly losing balance when there's a drop off to one side, sticks with you longer than the stumble itself. The silence up there was different from the forest. In the forest, you always hear something living, a bird, an insect, a squirrel rustling. On the ridge, the sound of the wind was everything. It filled your ears and masked other noises. You don't know what you're missing, only that you can't hear as well as you'd like. I remember checking my watch. The sun hadn't set yet, but was sinking fast. its light washed out by cloud cover. I had plenty of food, water, and gear. Objectively, I was safe. I knew that. But being tired makes safety feel thinner. It makes every choice feel heavier. My pace slowed. I forced myself to drink, to eat a little trail mix, but each pause meant less daylight ahead. As I followed the ridge, I noticed old boot prints in the dirt dried into hard shapes. They weren't fresh, maybe days old, but they reminded me I wasn't the only one who came through there. Then I saw something else. A broken trekking pole shoved halfway into a gap between rocks. The handle was cracked, the tip bent. Whoever left it there hadn't cared to pick it back up. That didn't sit right with me. Most hikers don't abandon gear unless something forces them to. I made a note of it, snapped a quick photo for records, and kept moving. The ridge stretched on longer than it looked on the map. That's the trick of open country. It deceives you. Distances look short until you walk them. I passed a cairn, stones stacked as a marker, and then the trail dipped slightly before climbing again. My legs ached on the ascent. The wind had picked up even more, pushing me sideways with sudden gusts. When I reached a narrow section, maybe 3 feet across with a sheer drop on one side, I paused. The ground was loose. Every step had to be planted carefully. My boot nudged one stone over the edge, and I listened to it bounce, clatter, and vanish far below. My stomach twisted. I pressed forward slowly, each step deliberate. By the time I crossed, my hands were shaking even though I hadn't touched the rock for balance. Dusk was thickening. Shadows pooled in the cracks and dips. The trail veered down again, toward the tree line, but it wasn't as close as I had hoped. I realized then I wouldn't make the cabin by dark. I could push myself hard, but that risked a fall. The smarter choice was to set up camp wherever I found shelter. I told myself this was fine. I had the gear, I had the training. Still, disappointment gnawed at me. I searched for a flat enough space to pitch my small tent. On a slope, water runs, winds hit harder, and loose rocks shift beneath you. It took longer than I wanted to find a spot. I ended up on a ledge where the ground was just wide enough. I cleared away sharp stones with my boots, set down the footprint, and fought the wind as I raised the tent poles. By the time it stood, the light was almost gone. My hands were cold, my shirt still damp with sweat. I cooked a quick meal with my small stove, nothing more than boiling water and pouring it into a pouch of dehydrated food. Steam fogged my glasses. My stomach cramped with hunger, but eating didn't make me feel settled. I kept glancing at the horizon, where the clouds had deepened into black shapes. That night, the wind was relentless. The tent shuddered against each gust, fabric snapping like sails. I lay inside my bag, every muscle sore, listening. Rocks clicked and shifted outside as if the hillside itself was moving. I knew it was just the wind knocking debris loose, but imagination fills gaps quickly when you're alone. Sleep came in short bursts. At some point, I woke to a sound that cut through the wind, a sharp metallic clatter. My mind shot awake. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the tent halfway. The beam caught only dust whipping through the air. Then I saw it. The broken trekking pole I had noticed earlier was lying about 20 feet from my tent. I hadn't carried it. I hadn't touched it. There was no way it rolled uphill from where it had been stuck. My throat went dry. I forced myself to step out, boots unlaced, jacket half-zipped. I scanned with the light, moving slow circles across rock and scrub. Nothing. No footprints fresh in the dust. No animals in sight. I stood there longer than I should have, heart pounding, then finally picked up the pole and tossed it farther downslope into the dark. I went back inside, zipped the tent, and sat awake for what felt like hours. By morning, the sky was pale blue again, calm and almost pleasant. My body felt heavier than usual, drained from poor sleep. I packed quickly and started down the ridge toward the trees. Every step away felt like relief. As the day went on, I kept thinking about the pole. It could have been dislodged by the wind. Maybe the gusts carried it farther than seemed possible. But I know what I saw. That's the kind of detail that stays with you, where an object was, how it moved, why it didn't make sense. I reached the cabin by mid-afternoon, signed a logbook, and filed my notes. On paper, the patrol was routine. Trail erosion moderate, one down tree across the path, some trash near the start of the ridge. I didn't mention the pole. Writing it down would have required explaining too much, and I didn't want to see it in black ink. I stayed one night at the cabin, then hiked out the next day. Nothing else unusual happened. No tracks, no missing people, no signs of wildlife that could account for it. Life moved on as it always does. But when I think about the ridge, what comes back isn't the wind or the exhaustion. It's that image of a broken pole placed where it didn't belong, closer to me than it should have been. To this day, I avoid camping on exposed ridges if I can help it. I trust my gear, I trust my training, but I don't trust the land to play by my rules. That's the truth most people don't want to face. The wilderness doesn't care if you're prepared. It doesn't care if you've walked 1,000 miles before. It just waits, bigger than you, older than you, ready to remind you in one small, sharp moment how fragile you really are. And the clearest part of the ending is this. Nothing chased me. Nothing attacked me. Nothing supernatural appeared. What scared me most was realizing I didn't, and still don't. I started working as a park ranger in my mid-20s, and even now, years later, I can still remember the first time I truly felt fear out there in the wild. People usually imagine the job as peaceful. Long days spent among pine trees, clear rivers, and quiet trails. That's true sometimes, but it doesn't take long to realize that nature doesn't care about you. It doesn't bend to your comfort, it doesn't protect you, and it doesn't make exceptions. The woods, the mountains, the weather, they can turn against you fast. Add people into the mix, and things get even more dangerous. It was late summer, maybe early fall, when this happened. The nights were already cold, but the days still carried that dry warmth that clings around before the season breaks. I was stationed at a park that stretched over rugged mountain terrain, not the kind of place casual hikers came to wander around. The trails were long, sometimes narrow, often exposed. We had bears, mountain lions, sudden storms, and long distances between safe points. I had been out on many backcountry patrols before, but this one sticks with me because of how slowly the unease built up, how real the danger became, and how helpless I felt at certain moments. My assignment was simple. Hike a section of the less traveled ridge trail, check both backcountry campsites, and make sure the area was clear of fire hazards. It was a routine patrol. I packed light but thorough: water, food, medical kit, extra layers, my radio, a map, and my GPS. I also carried a sidearm, which wasn't standard everywhere, but was allowed in this district because of both wildlife and, on rare occasions, people. I started in the morning when the sky was still pale and washed with that early light that makes everything look cleaner than it really is. The first stretch was easy: forest cover, wide trail, the smell of pine resin hanging in the air. My boots crunched over needles and rocks as I moved uphill. I didn't see anyone for hours. That wasn't unusual on this part of the circuit. Most visitors preferred the more famous routes, while this side saw only the serious backpackers, the kind of people who carried heavy packs and kept their heads down. By midday, I reached the ridge. Up there, the trees thinned out and the land turned barren. Loose rock, patches of dry grass, nothing to block the wind. The view was incredible: sharp mountain lines, valleys dropping away, the kind of sight people drive across states to see. But for me, the exposure always carried a different feeling. No cover, no escape if weather rolled in, no quick way down. The trail twisted along the ridge like a scar, just wide enough to walk comfortably, but narrow enough that you kept your balance in mind. On one side, the slope dropped steep and fast, rocks tumbling down toward the treeline below. On the other, the ground rose sharply, jagged and broken, with cliffs that looked like they had been split by some old violence in the earth. I kept moving, steady pace, but the air felt different up there. It was late afternoon, the sun already dipping, and my legs were heavier than I wanted them to be. I reached the first campsite and checked it. Empty. A few old fire rings, no trash, no signs of recent use. I marked it on my log and moved on. The second site was farther along, near a small tarn just below the ridge. Getting there meant dropping off the trail slightly, skirting loose rock, and following a faint path that barely existed. I didn't like leaving the main trail, but it was my job. The tarn was still, a mirror catching the last of the light. The campsite nearby was also empty, but as soon as I walked into the clearing, I noticed details that unsettled me. A torn pack strap lay on the ground. A few crushed food wrappers half buried under dirt. Not enough to suggest someone was still there, but enough to say the site hadn't been cleaned up properly. I crouched and looked closer. The trash wasn't old. The edges of the wrappers hadn't faded, hadn't been bleached by weeks of sun. They looked recent, maybe even a day or two. I scanned the ground. There were boot prints in the dirt, but not many. The soil around the site was loose, so the impressions weren't clear, but I could make out the tread of a hiking boot. I also noticed something that made me pause. One print was deeper, pressed hard at the heel, as if the person had been running or stumbling. Another was smeared, as though they had slipped. I followed them for a few yards until they disappeared into harder ground. Standing there, the wind moving around me, I felt that shift, the subtle turn from routine to wrong. Rangers see plenty of campsites left messy. People are careless, but the torn strap, the scattered food, the uneven prints, it felt like someone had left in a hurry. I logged it, took a few photos, and debated whether to head back immediately or finish the circuit. The responsible choice was to return. Sunset wasn't far off, and I was already tired, but the thought of leaving without checking the stretch beyond gnawed at me. I knew I wouldn't be able to shake it, so I kept going. The trail narrowed as it hugged the ridge again. Shadows stretched long, the light turning gold and then orange. I moved slower, careful with my footing, my body heavy from the miles already behind me. The silence grew thicker, only broken by the scrape of my boots and the occasional gust of wind. Then I heard something that froze me. A sound carried on the air, sharp, sudden, metallic. Not natural, not wind, not animal. It was faint, far away, but distinct, like metal striking rock or gear clattering. I stopped, every sense straining. Nothing followed, just wind again, brushing over the barren slope. I moved on, slower now, scanning the ridge ahead. The trail twisted upward, and as I rounded a bend, I saw something that stopped me cold. Far up ahead, on a section of exposed trail, lay a backpack, just sitting there upright, as if someone had dropped it carefully and walked away. I approached cautiously, my stomach tight. The pack was large, meant for multi-day trips. The straps were worn, but intact. No sign of the owner. I crouched beside it, checking for ID, but found none. Inside were the usual items: clothes, food, a small camp stove. Everything neatly packed, nothing scattered, nothing to suggest an animal had dragged it. It looked abandoned deliberately. That was the moment when the air around me felt heavier, as if the ridge itself was pressing down. People don't just leave packs like that. Packs are lifelines out here. To abandon one means something serious happened. I stood there longer than I should have, eyes scanning the empty trail ahead, the rocks above, the slope below. Nothing moved. No figure in the distance. No sound but my own breath. The sun dipped lower, the shadows sharpening, and I made my decision. I logged the coordinates, radioed in a vague status update without details. I didn't want to spook anyone until I had more, and turned back. That hike back was one of the longest of my life. Every gust of wind sounded like movement. Every shadow looked like someone crouched against the rocks. I forced myself to keep a steady pace, not to rush, not to stumble. The trail felt narrower, the drops steeper, the exposure more threatening. My legs ached, my throat was dry, but I pushed on mile after mile. By the time I reached the tree lean again, the sun was nearly gone, the sky a bruised purple. I pulled out my headlamp, the beam cutting a narrow tunnel of light through the dark. That should have been a relief, but instead it made me feel more vulnerable, as if everything outside that cone of light was watching. I reached the ranger station well after dark. My logbook was heavy with notes, my body drained, but my mind was racing. We filed a report, sent a search team the next morning, and scoured that section of trail. Here's the part that has never left me. We never found the owner of that pack. We searched for 3 days, ridge, campsites, slopes, everything. No sign, no body, no additional gear, nothing. Just the pack, sitting there like it had been waiting. Weeks later, when the weather turned and the first snows came, the search was called off. No missing persons report matched. No one ever came forward. I've seen accidents, rescues, even bodies in my time as a ranger. But that ridge, the torn strap, the hurried prints, the abandoned pack, it never added up. It wasn't wildlife. It wasn't weather. It wasn't carelessness. It was something else. Something human. And the part that still keeps me awake sometimes is how quiet it all was. No struggle. No blood. No shredded gear. Just silence and absence, like the mountains swallowed someone whole. That was years ago, but even now, whenever I hike a ridge alone and the sun starts to sink, I feel that same weight pressing down. I check behind me more often than I should. I listen for faint metallic sounds on the wind. And I never, ever walk past an abandoned pack without my skin crawling. Because the truth is, the wilderness hides plenty. But the scariest things are the ones that leave no trace except questions you'll never answer. I became a park ranger because I loved the quiet, the long trails, the hours of being outside with nothing but wind in the trees and dirt under my boots. The first years felt like freedom. I wasn't chained to a desk, I wasn't drowning in city noise, and I wasn't forced into endless small talk. The park became home in a way that nothing else ever had. The more time I spent out there, the more I felt like the woods breathed with me, like the ridges and rivers kept me company. But the longer I worked, the more I saw the side of the wilderness that people don't understand when they visit for a day or a weekend. What scares me the most isn't animals or storms. It's people, or sometimes the absence of people when you need them most. Both can feel like being trapped in something bigger than yourself with no control. One summer, I was stationed in a remote section of the park where hardly anyone went. It was open country with ridges, valleys, and sections of dense timber. The land carried scars from old burns, so some ridges were wide open and barren, while other areas were overgrown with thick brush that clawed at your legs when you tried to push through. We had a small ranger station there, nothing more than a cabin with a radio, some supplies, and a cot. Most of my work was trail checks, wildlife surveys, and making sure hikers who braved the backcountry were following the rules. That season had been hot. The rivers were low, the ground was dry, and storms passed through without leaving much water behind. Fire risk was high. I had to patrol long stretches every day, sometimes staying out overnight, just to be sure no careless camper started something that could rip across miles of grass and timber. Most days were quiet. I'd walk, check, write notes in my little pad, and head back when the sun leaned low. One patrol in late July started like any other. I headed out from the station with a heavy pack, extra water, fire gear, first aid, the usual load. The trail climbed high along a ridge that gave me a view over a wide valley. From up there, I could see the line of mountains in the distance, hazy in the heat, and a stretch of timber that looked like a dark scar cutting across the yellow hills. It was the kind of view that could hold you still for a while, but I didn't linger. I had miles to cover. The air felt heavier than usual that day, the kind of weight that presses on your shoulders even when your pack is off. I chalked it up to the heat and kept moving. By mid-afternoon, I reached a section of trail where most people turn back. Past that, the path was barely marked, just cairns and the occasional blaze on a tree. Few hikers pushed further because it was tough going and there weren't any huts until many miles on. I had a list of spots to check, including a small meadow near a creek that sometimes drew campers who wanted to avoid the crowds. When I reached it, I found signs that someone had been there recently. A ring of stones for a fire pit, blackened with ash, though it looked like it hadn't been lit in at least a day. Some trash stuffed under a log. An empty food wrapper, part of a plastic bottle, the kind of careless mess that always makes my blood rise. I noted it down, cleaned it up, and kept looking. That's when I noticed something else. About 50 yards from the creek, hidden back in the trees, I found another spot. Not a proper camp, more like a scrape-out area where someone had been lying down. The ground was pressed flat in a rough shape of a body. The grass bent one way like someone had spent more than a night there. No tent, no gear, just that shape and the faint mark of shoes dug into the dirt near the head. I crouched there, trying to read it, My first thought was maybe a hiker had stopped to rest and moved on, but the impression was too deep, too worn in. Whoever had stayed there had done it more than once. The air felt wrong standing over that spot. I can't explain it better than that. Just wrong. I shook it off and moved on, telling myself it was nothing, but I marked it on my map so I could check later. By evening, I was a few ridges over. The sun dropped fast, bleeding out into long shadows that stretched across the valley. I set camp near an outcrop, cooked a quick meal, and laid in my bag watching the sky turn black. The stars came out sharp, clear, the way they only do when you're far from cities. Sometime in the night, I woke up, not from sound, not from cold, just awake. I stayed still listening. The silence was total, no wind, no night birds, no rustle. Then I heard it, a snap of wood, faint but sharp, from down the slope. Not an animal moving quick, but something steady. Slow steps. I eased up and looked out. The moon was thin, enough to make out shapes, but not enough to see detail. I could just barely make out a figure moving along the base of the ridge. Human, not animal. They weren't carrying a light, and they weren't on the trail. They moved with purpose, like they knew where they were going. I stayed down and watched until they slipped into the trees. My chest felt tight. Hikers don't move like that in the dark. Not without headlamps, not off trail. The smart ones bed down, and the careless ones light fires. Whoever that was, they weren't out there by accident. I hardly slept the rest of the night. Every sound made me lift my head. I kept checking the slope, but nothing came back. By morning, I was packed up fast and moving. I tried to shake it off, but the image stuck with me. Someone out there, walking without light, without care, in a place almost no one went. I spent the day finishing my loop, checking more sights, writing notes, but the sense of being watched hung with me. When I passed through the meadow again, I checked the flat spot under the trees. It looked fresher, like someone had been there since the day before. The grass pressed down deeper, and this time I found a small scrap of cloth, maybe torn from clothing. By the time I got back to the station, the sun was already dropping. I logged everything, filed it, and sat on the cot trying to convince myself it was nothing. Just a backpacker, maybe someone avoiding permits. It happens, but deep down I knew it was more. Over the next week, I kept seeing signs. Never direct, never face-to-face, but enough to build a picture. Small footprints in mud near the creek, far smaller than my boots. Bits of trash tucked in odd places, not the usual careless scatter, but almost hidden. A piece of rope left on a branch like it had been cut. Once, while glassing a ridge across the valley, I thought I saw movement in the trees, just a flicker of a person before they melted into the shadows. I started to dread patrols. Every time I left the cabin, I felt the weight of eyes on me. I'd stop, scan, listen, but the woods gave me nothing back. Nights were worse. I'd hear steps outside the cabin, faint crunches in the dirt. Once, the door handle rattled. I sat inside with my knife in hand, heart pounding, not daring to move until silence came back. Finally, I reported it to my supervisor. I gave the details, every scrap of evidence. They told me to keep an eye on it. Could be a squatter, could be someone living off the grid. If it kept up, law enforcement would check it out. But weeks passed and nothing changed. It was just me out there. The breaking point came late in August. I was deep in the valley, far from the cabin, when I found a full camp hidden in thick brush. A tarp stretched low, almost invisible unless you were right on it. Inside were blankets, empty cans, a knife stuck into a log, and the smell of old smoke. Whoever was living there had been there a long time. I searched carefully, every nerve in me tight, because I knew they could be watching. In the dirt, I found something that froze me. A notebook. Inside were pages filled with scrawls, lists of numbers, rough maps, and words written over and over. My name was there, more than once. My name written in jagged letters. I left fast, every step expecting someone to lunge from the trees. I didn't stop until I reached the ridge. That night, back at the cabin, I locked the door and sat with my back against it. My radio crackled faintly, but no one called. The next morning, I packed my gear and hiked out to the Ranger HQ miles away. I turned in the notebook, filed a full report, and told them I wasn't going back alone. Law enforcement went in days later. They found the camp abandoned. No sign of who had been there, just the tarp, the cans, and the knife. The notebook was the only clue. No fingerprints, no ID, nothing. Whoever it was, they had vanished. I never saw them again, but I still think about those nights. The sound of steps outside the cabin. The figure walking without light in the dark. My name written by someone I never met. That was the season I learned what really scares me out here. Not bears, not storms, not even fire. It's the people who choose to live in the empty spaces, the ones who move in silence and watch from shadows. You can't predict them, you can't reason with them, and you can't always catch them. The wilderness is wide, and it hides what it wants. And sometimes what it hides is watching you. I became a park ranger because I wanted quiet. After years of living in cities that never seemed to stop humming, I thought a job in the backcountry would give me some space to breathe. The silence of the woods always felt safer than the noise of traffic and strangers pressing too close on crowded sidewalks. But when I look back now, I realize that silence can be worse. Silence lets the small sounds spread out. Silence makes you notice things you'd rather not notice. And sometimes silence makes you aware that you're not as alone as you thought. It was late summer when I was stationed at one of the most remote districts in the park. My assignment was to check on a network of backcountry campsites and make sure hikers were following rules about fire bans, food storage, and trail conditions. The loop I covered took 3 days, depending on how quickly I hiked and how many issues I had to address. Most of the time it was routine. People left trash, fires smoldered when they should have been drowned out, and food hung too low where bears could reach it. None of that was unusual. What was unusual was the stretch of forest that felt wrong in a way I couldn't shake. The area didn't look much different than the rest of the trail. Tall pines grew close together, their trunks dark and straight. The forest floor was coated in needles, soft and springy underfoot. The air was cooler there too, shaded in a way that made the afternoon light fade quicker than it should. But what got to me wasn't what I saw, it was what I didn't. There were no birds, no chipmunks darting across the trail, not even the buzz of flies. It was like something had drained the place of sound and left behind only the crunch of my boots. I told myself it was just chance that wildlife moves in patterns, and I was unlucky enough to pass through when nothing was around. But after several trips, it started to wear on me. On the 4th trip that summer, I noticed the first real problem. At a campsite along the ridge, a fire ring had been filled with rocks stacked higher than usual, almost like a cairn. That alone wasn't alarming. Hikers get creative, and I'd seen plenty of pointless rock stacks, but inside the circle of stones were bones. At first I thought they were from a deer. Antlers had been snapped, and the skull was cracked open, hollow and white from sun bleaching. The rest of the bones were arranged with surprising care. Not tossed in a pile like an animal dragged there, but laid out neatly, ribs fanned on one side, leg bones lined up on the other. It looked intentional, and that was what unsettled me. People do strange things in the backcountry. Most of the time, it's harmless. Odd art projects, cryptic notes left in trail registers. But this felt different. Whoever had done it wanted someone else to find it. I broke down the stack, scattered the bones into the underbrush, and made a note in my log. I also wrote a report when I got back, though nothing ever came of it. When you work this job, you learn how thin resources are. Unless it was a clear crime, no one was going to hike 10 miles into the woods to check on arranged bones. I kept going back, though, because that was my loop. A month later, the weather was shifting. Nights dipped colder, and the smell of autumn clung to the air. On that trip, I reached the same ridge again, and the fire ring was filled once more. This time there were no deer bones. Instead, it was bird wings, dozens of them layered and pressed down like a nest. Most were gray and brown, probably pigeons or doves, but I saw feathers from jays, robins, even owls. All wings, no bodies. Each one had been cut clean at the joint. It made my stomach tighten in a way I didn't like. No scavenger animal would separate wings like that, and no hunter would waste so much meat. I stood there for a long time, staring at the pile, wondering what sort of person carried so many wings that far into the backcountry just to leave them in a circle of rocks. Again, I destroyed the arrangement, scattering the feathers, and again I reported it. Again, nothing was done. The longer I worked the loop, the more I noticed. Trees scarred with deep gouges that didn't look like claws. Stones stacked in strange patterns on the side of the trail. Sometimes I would find ash circles where fires had been lit without permission, but the wood inside wasn't normal. It looked like pieces of cut lumber, not fallen branches. That meant someone was hauling planks into the woods and burning them, which made no sense. I started to dread that stretch of trail. I quickened my pace there, pretending I wasn't hurrying, but always feeling the urge to get out of those trees faster. At night in my tent, I'd think about it. I'd picture the empty campsite, the circle of rocks, the silent forest. I'd imagine someone else standing there not long before me, carefully placing bones or wings, taking their time. That was the part that bothered me most, the patience. The real breaking point came on a trip in late September. The days were shorter then, and storms moved in without warning. That afternoon, I was behind schedule after clearing a blowdown off the trail, and I knew I wouldn't reach the next designated campsite before dark. I decided to push as far as I could and then set up a dry camp away from the trail. Rangers aren't supposed to do that, but sometimes you don't have a choice. By the time I reached the ridge, the sky was dim and heavy. A low wind moved through the pines, steady and cold. I stopped at the fire ring almost without meaning to, like my feet wanted to confirm what my mind dreaded. This time the rocks held no bones, no wings. Instead, they held gear. Hiking gear, a torn backpack, straps cut clean, a boot with the sole missing, a water bottle dented flat, and a jacket I recognized. I had seen it weeks earlier on a hiker I'd checked permits for, a man traveling alone. He'd been in his 50s, wiry, with sharp features and a quiet way about him. Nothing strange stood out, just another solo backpacker. But now his jacket sat folded in the stones like an offering. It wasn't weather-worn or shredded like it had been left behind by accident. It was placed there with intention. I froze staring at it. My mind scrambled through possibilities. Maybe he'd left it himself, though that made no sense. Maybe someone else had found it on the trail and brought it here, though that made even less sense. The only explanation that fit was the one I didn't want to consider, that someone had taken it from him. I backed away from the ring and looked around. The woods pressed close, shadows stretching long between the trees. My breathing quickened, though. I tried to control it. I had miles to cover still, but I didn't want to walk forward. I didn't want to walk back either. Every direction felt wrong. I forced myself to move, legs stiff, eyes scanning the underbrush. I didn't stop until I was nearly stumbling in the dark. Finally, I picked a spot off the trail, wedged between thick pines, and pitched my tent with fumbling hands. I didn't cook, didn't eat. I just crawled inside, zipped the door, and lay there listening. The forest creaked and shifted. Pine needles hissed in the wind. Every snap of a twig made my chest tighten. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept picturing the jacket in the stones, neatly folded. Who had folded it? Who had watched that campsite before I arrived? The next morning I got out fast. I pushed hard through the loop, barely stopping, until I was back at the station. I wrote another report, this one detailed, but again nothing happened. Missing persons cases are complicated in the backcountry. Without proof, a jacket isn't enough. But I knew there was someone out there in those woods, someone who wasn't just passing through, someone who stayed hidden and did things with purpose. I thought about quitting then. I even packed once, ready to leave the job behind. But I stayed, maybe because I didn't want to admit I was afraid. Maybe because I thought if I left, whoever was out there would keep doing what they were doing and no one else would know. Over the years, I never caught anyone. I never saw more than the signs, bones, wings, gear. But I never forgot the feeling of being watched on that ridge. I never forgot the way silence can hold its breath. I still hike trails, though not as often. I still walk through forests, though I notice every sound now. And every time the woods go too quiet, every time the birds vanish and the air feels hollow, I think about that fire ring. I think about what was placed inside it and what might be placed there still. That's the truth of working as a ranger. It isn't the bears or the weather that stay with you. It's the things people do when no one is watching. Out there, with miles of wilderness around them, some people show who they really are. And the scariest part is knowing you might stumble across it, alone, with no one else for miles, and realize you're not alone at all. I started working as a park ranger years ago because I thought it would give me peace. I thought being out in the wild, away from noise and crowds, would help me live a quiet life. For the most part, it did. I grew to love the long patrols, the silence of empty trails, the smell of pine after rain, and the sound of rivers at night. But not every day in the park is peaceful, and not every part of the job is about scenery and fresh air. The longer I worked, the more I learned that the wilderness doesn't care about people. And sometimes the worst danger comes from other people out there with you. This story happened during my 4th year in the job. It still sticks in my head because it was one of those times where everything could have gone wrong. I think about it when I pack my gear, when I check my radio batteries, when I make sure my map is folded in my jacket pocket. I think about it whenever I hear branches crack in the dark. It was mid-autumn. The air had already turned sharp in the mornings, and the trees had started changing colors across the valley. I was stationed at a small backcountry outpost, which meant I had to patrol long trails that didn't get as much traffic as the main ones. These weren't the kind of hikes that busloads of tourists came for. These were deep, rugged trails where you could walk all day and maybe see 1 or 2 people, if that. That was my job. Check for downed trees, look for signs of fires, check on campsites, and make sure no one was getting lost or leaving trash. That week I had a longer patrol scheduled, a loop that went through a high ridge, dropped into a valley, followed a river, then climbed back out through dense forest. It usually took 2 full days, sometimes 3 if weather slowed me down. I packed extra food, my sleeping bag, a tarp in case of rain, and everything else I normally carried. Map, compass, first aid kit, radio, extra batteries, bear spray, and a sidearm. I had walked the loop many times before, and though it was tough in sections, I knew the route well. The first day went like most of them. I started early, making steady progress through the lower section of trail. The leaves crunched under my boots, and every step reminded me how dry the season had been. I stopped at the first campsite around noon, checked the fire pit, cleared out some cans someone had left behind, and moved on. A couple hours later, I reached the ridge section. The sun was dropping lower than I wanted, and the ridge felt longer than usual. The wind cut across it, and the trail narrowed in places, forcing me to take it slow. By the time I crossed the ridge, the shadows were stretching across the valley floor below me. I had 2 choices: stop at a small flat clearing not far ahead, or push on down into the valley where there was a proper campsite by the river. I chose to stop early. My legs were already tired, and I knew if I started descending that late, I'd end up walking in darkness under trees, which was never a smart idea. The clearing wasn't much, just enough flat ground for a sleeping bag and a small fire pit made by other hikers. I set up my tarp, rolled out my bag, and started a small fire with sticks and branches I gathered. I boiled water for noodles and sat listening to the wind move through the ridge behind me. The night fell quickly. Stars came out sharp and bright. The kind of sky you only see when you're miles from any town. It should have been peaceful, but something about it felt heavy, like the silence was pressing down on me. I brushed it off, thinking maybe it was just because I was tired. Sometime after midnight, I woke up. At first, I thought it was because the fire had gone out and the cold seeped through the tarp. But then I heard it, faint crunching of footsteps on dry leaves. At first, I thought it was an animal. That's common enough out there. But these weren't the soft, quick movements of a deer or the heavy snaps of a bear. These were slow, deliberate steps. Human. I lay still, my heart thudding in my chest. I reached quietly for my flashlight, but didn't turn it on. The steps circled wider, then stopped. Nothing but silence again. I waited, every nerve tight, listening so hard my ears hurt. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it had to be another hiker, maybe someone walking late. But that didn't make sense. Who hikes ridges at night without a light? And why stop so close? I didn't sleep much the rest of that night. Every time I drifted, a noise, a twig snapping, leaves shifting, jerked me awake. By dawn, I was stiff, cold, and restless. I packed up quickly and headed down into the valley. The trail was steep, and I had to keep my focus on my footing. As I descended, the feeling from the night before stuck with me, like I was being watched. When I reached the valley floor, I followed the river until I found a campsite. I checked the fire pit there and the bear box. Nothing unusual, no signs of people having stayed overnight. I kept moving. My route followed the river deeper into the valley, then curved back into thicker forest. The day dragged, and my lack of sleep caught up to me. By mid-afternoon, I was dragging my feet and taking breaks more often than I wanted. The forest grew darker as clouds rolled in, muting the light. I was about halfway to the next clearing when I noticed something strange on the side of the trail. At first, I thought it was just trash, something shiny caught between roots. But when I looked closer, I saw it was a torn backpack. The zipper had been ripped, one strap half cut, and the fabric shredded. I crouched, running my hand over the dirt around it. No footprints, no signs of an animal dragging it. Just sitting there discarded. Inside the pack were a few things still intact. An empty water bottle, some crushed energy bars, and a map with markings on it. The name written on the inside flap was faint, but I could make it out. Coleman. I knew that name. A missing hiker had been reported earlier in the season. A guy in his 30s who'd set out on a solo trip and never came back. Search crews had covered most of the area weeks ago without finding him. I stared at the pack, my mouth dry. I reported it over the radio, giving coordinates, but the signal was weak in the valley. I couldn't be sure the message had gone through. I marked the spot on my map and kept going, though every step felt heavier. The forest grew thicker. The trail narrowed, hemmed in by dense undergrowth and leaning trees. That's when I saw more signs. First, a torn jacket snagged on a branch, then a boot half buried in leaves. Not old, not decayed, like they'd been dropped recently. My stomach knotted. The deeper I went, the more wrong it all felt. The silence was too deep, even for forest. No birds, no rustle of squirrels, nothing. Just the sound of my own boots. By the time I reached the next clearing, the daylight was almost gone. I decided to stop there. My legs were shot, and I didn't want to risk stumbling in the dark. I set up camp fast, lit a fire, and sat with my back against a log. That's when I noticed something in the dirt. Not far from the fire pit, there were footprints. Human, barefoot, the toes pressed deep into the soil. They circled the pit, then vanished into the trees. My throat tightened. I barely slept that night. Every crack of wood, every whisper of wind through branches kept me on edge. A couple of times I thought I heard faint breathing just beyond the firelight. But when I swung the flashlight, nothing. At dawn, I packed and pushed hard for the ridge trail that would take me back toward the station. My radio crackled faintly when I reached higher ground, and I managed to send a clearer report about the backpack and the footprints. The dispatcher confirmed they'd sent a team to check. But before I reached the ridge, I found something that still makes my hands shake when I think about it. About a mile from the top, off the side of the trail, I spotted a makeshift shelter. Branches leaned against a fallen log, covered with moss and leaves. It was rough, not built for comfort, just for hiding. I crept closer, my heart pounding. Inside were scraps of food wrappers, bones that looked like they came from rabbits or squirrels, and a torn sleeping bag. Hanging from a branch was a ripped piece of fabric with the same name I'd seen on the backpack, Coleman. The air in my lungs froze. Someone had been living out here. Maybe Coleman at first, but for how long? And if it wasn't him anymore, who was it? I didn't linger. I backed out, got to the trail, and forced myself not to run. The whole time climbing back up, I felt eyes burning into my back. When I finally made it out of the valley and over the ridge, I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station. My legs ached, my chest hurt, but I kept moving until the side of the cabin came into view. Later, when search teams went back to the shelter, they found signs that someone had been there very recently, but no person, just traces. Ashes from a fire, more bones, and more barefoot prints leading deeper into the forest. They never found Coleman. They never found whoever had been circling my camps at night either. What stuck with me wasn't just the missing hiker or the footprints. It was the way the wilderness swallowed it all up. A person could vanish out there, leave scraps behind, and the forest would close in again, silent as ever. Since then, I never camp out there without thinking about those nights. About the sound of slow footsteps circling in the dark. About how close someone might have been watching me while I lay under my tarp. The park is still beautiful, still wild. But I know now that beauty doesn't mean safe. Out there, away from roads and crowds, you're not just in nature. You're in someone else's territory, whether it's animal or human. I had been working as a park ranger for a little over 10 years when one of the longest and most unsettling nights of my life happened. I've seen my fair share of search and rescue calls, lost hikers, injured backpackers, and even the occasional accident that turned tragic. Most of the time, the job is steady, predictable, and calm, filled with paperwork, trail checks, and routine safety patrols. But every now and then, something happens that sticks with you and doesn't leave, no matter how much time passes. This was one of those times. It was late summer, the kind of season when the trails were still busy, but the nights had already started to get longer and colder. That year, we had a lot of through hikers on the big loop that passed through our section of the park. People came from all over the world to hike it. And while most were prepared, there were always a few who underestimated the remoteness of the terrain. That day, I was assigned to check a section of trail that wound along a long ridge. It wasn't the main tourist crossing, but a quieter circuit, the kind that only backpackers with permits usually went on. The ridge was barren, exposed, with sharp volcanic rock underfoot and little vegetation except for low shrubs and patches of alpine grass. On a clear day, it was beautiful, but when the weather changed, it could turn into one of the harshest parts of the park. The forecast that morning called for clouds, but no storms. I packed the usual: extra water, first aid kit, satellite radio, spare layers, food, and my headlamp. The plan was simple: check the condition of the trail, make sure one of the backcountry huts was stocked with emergency supplies, and head back before dark. I knew the route well, but the ridge was long, and I also knew how easy it was to underestimate how much time it took to cross it. By the time I left the hut and started across the ridge, the sun was already low. My legs were tired from the miles earlier that day, and I was going slower than I wanted to. I wasn't worried, though. I had plenty of gear and enough experience to know how to keep myself safe. Still, there's something about being up high on that barren ridge late in the day that makes you feel small, exposed, and very aware of how far you are from help. The wind was steady and cool, carrying the smell of dry rock and dust. My boots crunched on the loose gravel, and every step sent tiny stones skittering down the slope. On either side of the ridge, the land dropped sharply into valleys. The trail cut right along the spine, a narrow path with steep drops and no cover. I stopped once to drink water and eat a snack, crouching against a boulder to block the wind. I remember noticing how quiet it was, except for the low whistle of the breeze and the occasional rattle of rocks shifting underfoot. There were no birds, no insects, nothing but the sound of my own breathing. The emptiness pressed down in a way that felt heavier than usual. As I kept going, the light began to change faster than I expected. The sun dipped behind a bank of clouds, and the ridge turned gray. I pulled out my headlamp and strapped it around my hat, not turning it on yet, but keeping it ready. The trail was still visible, but the shadows were deepening, and the rocks started to blend together. That's when I noticed something strange. About 50 yards ahead, off to the left side of the ridge, I saw a flash of color against the rock. It was faint, just for a moment, but it caught my attention. At first, I thought it was just a scrap of fabric or maybe a piece of gear someone had dropped. I hiked closer, keeping my eyes on the spot, but as I approached, it seemed to vanish. I chalked it up to the light playing tricks and kept moving. A few minutes later, I saw another sign, this time a piece of torn foil food wrapper pressed against the gravel. That wasn't unusual by itself, but the circuit trail usually had very little trash. Most of the hikers who took it were experienced and careful. I picked up the wrapper and tucked it into my pack, figuring I'd pack it out. As the trail dipped slightly, I noticed something else: faint boot prints in the dust. They weren't mine, and they weren't from earlier in the season either. The edges were still sharp, not yet blurred by wind. Whoever made them had passed through recently. That didn't bother me much at first. Hikers used the trail every week. But the deeper I looked, the stranger the prints seemed. They weren't in a steady line the way most hikers left them. They zigzagged, cut off toward the edge of the ridge, and then came back. Some were spaced unusually far apart, as if the person had been running or stumbling. My pace slowed. I followed the prints with my headlamp now, even though there was still some light left. The beam caught the dust, making the trail look ghostly, though I pushed that word out of my head. I focused instead on the practical. Someone had been moving oddly. Maybe they were hurt. Maybe they were lost. Either way, I needed to pay attention. The ridge narrowed, and I came to a spot where the trail was no more than a few feet wide. On one side, the slope dropped into a steep scree field, and on the other, jagged rock rose like a wall. That's where I found the first real sign of trouble. A trekking pole lay on the ground, snapped in half. The shaft was bent, the handle scuffed. Beside it, the boot prints turned chaotic, overlapping, circling, sliding. I crouched to look closer and saw scuff marks where boots had slipped on the gravel, as if someone had been struggling to keep their balance. I scanned the slope below with my light, sweeping the beam across the rocks. For a long moment, nothing. Then I caught sight of something farther down, a shape that didn't belong. At first, I thought it was just another rock, but the color was wrong. It looked like fabric, pale gray against the darker stones. My stomach tightened. Someone had gone off the trail. I scrambled down carefully, bracing myself with my hands. The rocks shifted under my boots, sliding with each step, and I had to move slowly. When I finally reached the spot, I found a pack wedged between two rocks. It was unzipped, half its contents spilled out. A jacket, a crushed water bottle, a bag of trail mix scattered in the dust. But no person. I looked around, shining my light in every direction. The slope stretched into shadows, steep and unstable. Farther down, it disappeared into a dark valley. If someone had fallen, they could have gone a long way. I called on the radio, giving my coordinates and explaining what I'd found. The dispatcher confirmed a team would be put together at first light. Until then, I was on my own. I decided to stay near the site until morning. Hiking farther in the dark on that kind of terrain was asking for an accident. I found a flat spot a little uphill, set down my pack, and pulled on my extra layers. The temperature was already dropping, and the wind cut hard across the ridge. Sitting there in the dark, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I knew logically that it was just the thought of someone missing nearby, the prints, the broken pole, the abandoned pack. But the silence pressed harder now, broken only by the occasional clatter of rocks shifting on the slope. Every sound made me turn my head, scanning with my light, never seeing anything but stone. Hours passed like that. I didn't sleep. I just sat, listening, waiting for dawn. Several times, I thought I heard movement below me, but each time the sound faded before I could pinpoint it. It could have been loose rocks settling. It could have been animals, though not many lived that high up. Or it could have been a missing hiker, moving somewhere in the darkness. When the first light finally reached the ridge, I wasted no time. I packed up and began searching again, sweeping the slope inch by inch. It was slow, grueling work, the kind that made your knees ache and your lungs burn. After nearly an hour, I found more signs, boot prints pressed into a patch of softer dirt farther down, leading toward the valley floor. I followed them, and that's when the full picture came together. The hiker had clearly lost the trail near the broken pole, slipped down the slope, and tried to make their way back up. But instead of climbing back toward the ridge, they had angled downward, likely exhausted, disoriented, and maybe injured. The prints led into a narrow ravine, choked with loose rock. I picked my way through, the walls rising on either side. At the far end, I found what I had been dreading. The body lay crumpled against a boulder, twisted in a way that made it clear the fall had been fatal. The hiker had tried to keep going after the first slip, but somewhere along the way, they'd taken a bigger fall they couldn't recover from. I stood there for a long time, the early light slanting down into the ravine, painting everything cold and sharp. There was no sound but the wind above and the faint rattle of pebbles sliding down the rock. I marked the location on my GPS, called it in, and waited for the recovery team. When they finally arrived, hours later, we secured the body and began the long, slow process of carrying it out. By the time I returned to the trailhead, the sun was low again. My legs ached, my eyes burned from lack of sleep, and my pack felt heavier than it ever had. The image of that broken trekking pole, the scattered pack, the twisted shape in the ravine, all of it stayed burned into me. I told myself 1,000 times that I'd done the right thing, that I'd followed protocol, that nothing I could have done differently would have changed the outcome. But even now, years later, I still think about that night on the ridge, the silence. I have been working as a park ranger for a good number of years, long enough to see the full range of what people bring into the wilderness and what the wilderness gives back. Most people think of the job as an easy one, something like sitting in a tower and watching trees. In reality, it is long days, unpredictable weather, maintenance, emergencies, and dealing with both the best and worst of human behavior. The story I am about to tell is one of those times that has stayed with me. And though nothing supernatural happened, it remains the scariest experience I've had on duty. The incident took place in late summer, during one of the busiest stretches of the season. The park was full of hikers and campers. Families with kids were all over the shorter trails, and more experienced backpackers were out on the multi-day routes. I was stationed at one of the mid-elevation districts, a mix of pine forest, open ridges, and small alpine lakes. Our district covered about 40 square miles, but our ranger station was off a service road that connected to the highway. From the station, we could access several trailheads within half an hour's drive. That week I had been assigned solo patrol duty. Sometimes we work in pairs, but we don't always have enough staff to do so. My task was to check 2 backcountry campsites that were known to get busy in summer, then continue up a ridge trail to inspect one of the fire towers that had not been visited in several weeks. I packed my bag with the standard load: food, water, first aid, spare radio batteries, a GPS unit, and the paperwork to record campsite conditions. I carried a sidearm, as we are allowed in case of dangerous wildlife or serious emergencies, though in all my years I have never needed to draw it. The day started calm and clear. The temperature was already warm by mid-morning, and I knew the ridge hike would be exposed and tiring, so I drank plenty of water early. The trail to the first campsite was straightforward, about 4 miles of gradual incline through a forest of tall pines and scattered rocks. I arrived to find several tents already pitched. The site looked clean, no trash lying around, no food left out, which was a good sign. I made notes, checked the bear boxes, and chatted briefly with 1 or 2 groups who were packing up. I reminded myself to write later in my report that this site was in good condition. From there, I continued toward the second campsite, which was farther out. The trail curved through denser forest and then dropped into a basin where a small lake sat. The second site was less busy, with only 2 groups present, both fishermen by the look of it. They were quiet, keeping to themselves, so I did my checks and moved on. By early afternoon, I was back on the main trail, heading upward toward the ridge. This part of the hike was harder, steeper, and more exposed. The forest thinned out, giving way to low shrubs and rock. The sun beat down, and I slowed my pace to avoid exhausting myself. The trail climbed steadily, switchback after switchback, until I reached a stretch where the ground dropped sharply on both sides. The ridge here was only about 20 feet wide in places, and though the trail was clear, the exposure made it uncomfortable. One misstep, and a person could tumble a long way down the rocky slopes. It was along this ridge that the first unsettling thing happened. I noticed fresh boot prints in the dust, headed in the same direction I was going. That was normal enough. This was a hiking trail, after all, but what struck me was how uneven the prints were. The spacing was irregular, some steps very close together, others stretched apart like the person had stumbled or lunged. The depth of the impressions suggested a heavy pack, or maybe someone moving unsteadily. I crouched down to study them more closely and saw scuff marks where boots had dragged across rock. At first I assumed it was just a tired hiker who had pushed themselves too hard. Still, something about it made me uneasy. On narrow ridges like this, stumbling was dangerous. If someone had lost their balance, they could easily have fallen. I quickened my pace, following the prints along the ridge. After about half an hour, I spotted something ahead. At first I thought it was just a shadow across the trail, but as I got closer, I realized it was a trekking pole lying on the ground. one of the adjustable aluminum kinds, with a rubber grip and a worn strap. It had fresh scratches on the shaft, as if it had been dragged against rock. I picked it up, looked around, and scanned both sides of the ridge, but saw no one. The slopes dropped away sharply, covered in loose rock and patches of scrub. No figure, no movement, no gear, nothing. That discovery set my nerves on edge. A trekking pole on its own was not alarming, but in combination with the strange tracks, it suggested that someone might be in trouble. I checked my radio, but at this elevation, I could only sometimes reach dispatch. I tried anyway, calling in that I had found possible lost property and signs of distress. Static filled the channel. I decided I would continue toward the fire tower as planned, but stay alert for more signs. The ridge carried on for another mile or so before climbing to the final rise where the tower stood. The fire tower itself was old, mostly used as an observation point during fire season, but it had been locked for years. We checked it occasionally for vandalism or structural damage. I reached it late in the afternoon, tired and sweaty, but relieved to be done climbing. When I arrived, I saw immediately that something was off. The heavy padlock that secured the door hung broken, the hasp bent. The door stood slightly open, creaking in the wind. My heart sank. Vandalism out here was rare, but serious. I pushed the door open carefully and stepped inside. The interior smelled of dust and old wood. Sunlight slanted through the windows, lighting up motes in the air. The place was mostly empty except for a table, a chair, and a metal locker where old maps were stored. But on the floor, scattered near the table, were a few items that did not belong. An empty water bottle, a torn plastic wrapper, and a sock. A single dirty hiking sock. I felt a chill despite the heat outside. Whoever had been here had broken in, stayed long enough to leave trash, and possibly left in a hurry. The sock in particular bothered me. It is not the kind of thing you drop without noticing. I searched the small room thoroughly, checked behind the locker, even looked under the table. Nothing. No one. I stepped back outside and scanned the ridge in both directions. The sun was beginning to lower, throwing long shadows. The wind had picked up, carrying a dry rattle through the shrubs. I was alone, but I could not shake the feeling that someone was nearby, watching. At that point, I faced a choice. It was late, and the hike back down to my vehicle would take several hours. Darkness would catch me on the trail. I carried a headlamp, but navigating that ridge at night was dangerous. On the other hand, staying in the tower felt wrong. It was damaged property, potentially a crime scene, and I had no idea whether the person who had broken in was still in the area. I decided to descend partway before dark and camp in a safe spot off the ridge. I radioed again, this time catching a faint signal, and reported that I had found the tower broken into and signs of possible distress from a hiker. I gave my coordinates and said I would check back in the morning. The signal was scratchy, but I thought dispatch had received me. I left the tower and started back down the trail. The wind gusted harder, and the sky turned to deep gold as the sun dropped. Shadows filled the gullies below. My legs were sore from the climb, and I moved carefully. At one point I thought I heard a sound behind me, like a rock clattering, but when I turned there was nothing. Only silence. I found a flat spot below the ridge, sheltered by a cluster of boulders, and set up my small bivvy. I ate a quick meal, drank water, and settled in. The air cooled quickly after sunset. Lying there in the dark, I could not stop thinking about the uneven footprints, the trekking pole, and the broken tower. Somewhere out here, someone had been moving strangely, leaving pieces of gear behind, and forcing entry into a locked structure. Whether they were injured, lost, or unstable, I did not know. The night passed slowly. Every sound seemed magnified. The rustle of wind in the brush, the scrape of rocks shifting, even the distant cry of a bird. I barely slept, half expecting to see a figure step into the dim starlight. But nothing happened. At dawn, I packed up quickly and resumed my hike down. The early light cast the ridge in sharp relief. When I reached the spot where I had found the trekking pole, I searched more thoroughly. This time I noticed faint marks leading off the trail down the slope to the east. The marks were not clear footprints, but more like slides in the loose rock, as if someone had half walked, half fallen down the incline. I hesitated, but then followed carefully, moving slowly to avoid starting a rock slide. After descending about 50 yards, I found something that froze me in place. A torn section of backpack strap tangled in a shrub. It looked fresh, the nylon frayed as if ripped under strain. I scanned the slope below and saw more scuffs, leading farther down toward a narrow ravine. The realization hit me that whoever had been here had likely left the trail. I started working as a park ranger in my mid-20s, and I had always pictured the job as peaceful. Most people imagine rangers just hiking through pretty landscapes, pointing out flowers, maybe warning people not to litter. That part is true, but the job is also long hours, unpredictable weather, and being the only one responsible when things go wrong in the backcountry. I learned quickly that my work wasn't only about watching wildlife and greeting tourists. It was about being the first person on scene when someone gets lost, hurt, or makes a mistake that nearly kills them. Over the years, I've seen plenty, but one particular stretch of time still sits heavy in me. It happened during late summer, a season that can be both beautiful and dangerous in the park I worked at. The days stayed warm, but once the sun dipped below the ridge lines, the temperature dropped fast. People always underestimated that. They came in with light clothes, no headlamps, sometimes barely any water, acting like the trail was just an afternoon stroll in a city park. My job was partly to prevent accidents, but no matter how many warnings we posted, there were always a few who slipped through. That week had been busy with hikers. Our station had logged more than 100 people on the longer circuit loop, which could take anywhere from 2 to 4 days, depending on a person's pace. Most made it back fine, a little tired, sometimes blistered but safe. I was assigned to patrol one of the lonelier stretches, a ridge trail that linked 2 huts. It wasn't technically difficult, but it was exposed. No trees, no cover, nothing but rolling volcanic rock and old lava fields. The ridge felt like a desert at times, barren, with sharp winds cutting across. I had walked it dozens of times, and even I felt uneasy when the light started to fade and the wind picked up. That evening, I was checking the ridge trail. My pack was heavy with the usual supplies: extra water, emergency blankets, first aid kit, satellite radio, spare food. Rangers carried everything not just for ourselves, but for whoever we might find in trouble. My legs already felt sore from earlier patrols, but I pushed on because the hut warden had radioed in about 2 hikers who left later than they should have. They had signed the logbook hours behind most groups, and nobody had seen them at the next hut. It wasn't an official emergency yet, but I didn't like the idea of anyone crossing that ridge as the sun went down. The trail wound upward until it ran along a narrow spine of rock. On one side dropped a slope of loose volcanic ash and scree. On the other side stretched sharp basalt cliffs. From up there you could see the whole plateau and, in the distance, the outline of snow still clinging to the higher peaks. The view always struck me as beautiful in daylight, but as the sky turned orange and purple, I felt more exposed than awed. I slowed my pace, scanning ahead for movement. The trail was empty. The wind made a steady low howl through the cracks in the rocks, and I pulled my jacket tighter. I stopped every so often to listen. Sometimes hikers left small clues without meaning to: a footprint pressed deeper than normal into sand, a dropped wrapper, even the way gravel looked disturbed. I found nothing at first. After an hour, I spotted a scuff mark on the side of the trail where it cut across a slope. The gravel was loose, and it looked like someone had slid slightly, catching themselves before going farther down. I crouched, tracing it with my glove, then kept going. My breathing felt louder than usual in the open air, and I kept turning to check behind me, though I knew no one was there. It wasn't until I came around a bend that I found the first real sign. A water bottle, half full, lay on its side near the rocks. The brand wasn't one we sold at the visitor center, which told me it belonged to a hiker. I picked it up, shook it gently, and clipped it to my pack. Losing water up there could mean serious trouble. The temperature still held warm from the day, but I knew it would plunge once the sun was gone. I hurried on, feeling the urgency rise. My boots scraped against the rock as I moved, and the ridge seemed to stretch forever. The light dimmed more quickly than I wanted, and shadows filled the hollows of the land. I told myself I'd give it another half hour before turning back, but deep down I knew I couldn't stop if I didn't find them. A few minutes later, I saw something that froze me. Down the slope, maybe 50 yards below the trail, a backpack rested against a boulder. It looked almost placed there, not tumbled. I stared at it for a while, my heart thumping harder, then worked my way down carefully. The slope was loose, and each step slid under my weight. When I reached the pack, I checked inside. It held a jacket, some food, and a map. No water bottles. Whoever left it either went on without it, or something had gone wrong fast. I shouted their names, even though I hated the sound of my voice echoing across the empty land. Nothing answered but the wind. That was the moment the sky lost its last light, and I realized I would be out here in full darkness if I didn't act fast. I strapped the pack to mine and pulled out my headlamp. The beam cut across the slope, sweeping over rock and dust. I searched for footprints, any trace, but the slope was too churned. I climbed back up to the trail, breathing heavy, my chest tight. I kept walking, headlamp bouncing with each step. The silence pressed harder now. Every gust of wind made the lamp's beam quiver, throwing moving shadows that tricked my eyes. I pushed the fear down, focusing on scanning the ground. I kept thinking about how far someone could get without their pack, how quickly cold would set in. Then I saw another sign. A single hiking pole lay abandoned near the edge of the trail. It leaned at an angle, like it had been dropped without care. I picked it up and studied it. The strap was frayed, maybe from catching on something. I looked over the side of the trail, where the cliffs dropped into darkness. The beam of my lamp only reached so far, and the emptiness below made my stomach clench. At that point, I radioed in. I gave my position, described what I'd found. The response was faint with static, but the voice told me to keep going if it was safe. A helicopter wouldn't be available until morning, and other rangers were too far to reach me before midnight. It was just me out there. I walked on, my pace faster now, almost jogging despite the weight of my pack. My mind ran through possibilities. Maybe they had turned back, and I missed them. Maybe they were ahead, but struggling. Maybe worse. The ridge narrowed, and the trail angled downward toward the next hut. I knew I was close. That's when I saw movement. At first I thought it was a trick of light, but then the beam caught a figure sitting against a rock, hunched. I rushed forward, my boots sliding. It was one of the hikers, a man in his 30s, shivering hard. His lips were pale, his eyes glassy. He didn't respond much when I spoke, just blinked slowly. He wore only a thin shirt and shorts, no jacket. I pulled out my emergency blanket and wrapped him, giving him sips of water. But there was only one man. His partner wasn't there. I searched the area quickly, heart pounding so hard it made my ears ring. I found tracks leading away from where the man had collapsed. They went toward the cliff edge, uneven and staggering. I followed them with dread filling my chest. The ground grew rougher, and then I saw where the footprints ended. Right at the edge. I shone my lamp down. My stomach dropped. Below, maybe 15 feet down a rocky shelf, lay a crumpled shape. It didn't move. I climbed down carefully, my gloves scraping against the rock. When I reached the shelf, I knelt beside the second hiker. She was unconscious, head bleeding from a deep gash. Her breathing was shallow, but still there. I checked her pulse, relieved when I felt it faint but steady. She must have fallen trying to find help. It took me nearly an hour to get her secured with the rope I carried and haul her back up to the trail. My muscles screamed, and sweat ran down my back despite the cold. Once I had both hikers together, I built a small windbreak with rocks and huddled them under blankets. I gave them what food and water I could spare, then radioed again, reporting the situation. The static-filled reply told me to hold position until morning. That night was one of the longest of my life. The wind howled endlessly, cutting through every layer I wore. The injured woman moaned occasionally, shifting weakly, while the man drifted in and out of consciousness. I kept them close, checking their breathing, forcing myself to stay awake. Every hour I looked up at the stars, cold and sharp, counting the minutes until dawn. By the time the helicopter arrived, I felt hollow. Watching the two hikers lifted away on stretchers brought a wave of relief, so strong I nearly collapsed myself. I stayed behind, packing up the scattered gear, retracing the steps I'd taken the night before. The ridge looked different in daylight, less threatening, but I knew how close it had come to tragedy. Both hikers survived. I later learned that they had underestimated the trail badly, carrying too little water and no proper clothing. They had gotten tired, set down their packs to rest, and then decided to push on without them. When the woman fell, the man had tried to stay with I started working as a park ranger more than 10 years ago. In that time, I've had my fair share of strange calls, long nights, and situations that made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Most of the time, it's the usual things: lost hikers, injured tourists, illegal hunters, the occasional bear that gets too curious about campsites. But every so often, something happens that shakes me more than I'd like to admit. There's one memory in particular that sticks with me, and it happened during my third year on the job. I had been assigned to patrol a large national forest in the northern part of the state. It's not one of the most popular parks like Yellowstone or Yosemite, but it gets its fair share of hikers, hunters, and campers. The land stretches for miles: rolling ridges, thick pine forests, long stretches of dry ridge lines where you could see nothing but barren rock, and valleys where rivers cut deep into the landscape. That summer had been unusually hot, and wildfires were always a concern. Our team had been busy keeping track of dry spots, reminding people about fire safety, and closing off certain trails where we thought lightning might spark something dangerous. My supervisor assigned me to cover a backcountry loop that stretched about 25 miles, mostly ridgeline and sparse vegetation, with two backcountry huts along the way. The trail wasn't very busy compared to the more popular day hikes. Still, people came through: serious backpackers, small groups looking for solitude, sometimes folks who thought they were more prepared than they really were. I left the ranger station in the early afternoon with my pack loaded. I carried plenty of water, a map, my radio, basic first aid, and gear in case I had to spend the night out. It wasn't supposed to be an overnight patrol, but I knew from experience that plans in the field often changed. The first half of the loop was quiet. The sun was hot, beating down on the rocky ridge line, and I moved slower than I wanted to. Every once in a while, I stopped to take a drink and look around. There wasn't much cover out there, just scrub and loose stones. To my right, the land dropped off steeply into a valley where a ribbon of water cut through. To my left, the slope rose into barren peaks. It was the kind of place where sound carried oddly. You could hear rocks clattering from far away, but not always tell which direction they came from. I passed a few hikers heading the opposite direction, and they looked tired but fine. They mentioned seeing smoke far in the distance, but nothing near the trail. I made a mental note to check my map later. As the hours passed, the ridgeline seemed to stretch forever. The sun slid lower, and shadows stretched across the rocks. I still had a good amount of daylight left, but my legs felt heavier than I liked. When I finally reached the first hut, I stopped to check the logbook. A few entries mentioned loud noises at night: rocks falling, strange sounds like someone moving outside, but nothing specific. People often spook themselves in the backcountry. You get so far from towns and cars that every small sound feels amplified. I wrote a short note that everything looked fine and continued along the trail. By the time I reached the next stretch of ridgeline, the air had cooled slightly, but the fatigue caught up to me. I wasn't in any real danger, but I slowed down. The landscape was even more barren in this section. Loose scree, broken ridges, nothing alive except the occasional hardy shrub clinging to cracks. My boots scuffed against the stones, and each step echoed. I had the sense of being very exposed, as if there were nowhere to hide if something went wrong. That's when I noticed the first odd thing. Near the base of a steep slope, where the trail curved around a bend, I saw a boot print. That wouldn't have meant much on its own, but the way it sat in the dirt caught my eye. The print was deep, pressed hard in the dust, and the stride leading up to it looked uneven, as if whoever made it had stumbled or was carrying weight. I crouched and studied it. The edges were sharp, not weathered, which meant it was fresh. I followed the prints for a short distance and noticed they strayed off the main trail, heading toward the rocky slope. Usually, I'd expect prints like that to lead to a flat spot where someone might have taken a break, but these went straight up the incline. It didn't make sense. The slope was loose rock, steep enough to make climbing difficult, and there was no clear reason to leave the trail there. I called in on my radio, giving the location and noting that I'd keep an eye out for anyone off trail. The response crackled back, telling me to proceed, but be cautious. People wandered off trail all the time, but this spot was risky. As I continued, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I told myself it was just because I was tired. Fatigue does strange things to your head out there. The silence was heavy, broken only by the wind sliding over the ridge. Another mile down the trail, I found something else. A torn piece of fabric caught on a jagged rock. It looked like it had been ripped from a shirt or jacket, sun-faded but still recent. I bagged it in a small evidence pouch for my pack. That, combined with the prints, made me uneasy. I moved slower, scanning the slopes around me. Once or twice I thought I saw movement high up on the rocks, but when I stopped to look, nothing was there. The shadows had grown long by then, and shapes played tricks on my eyes. Still, my gut told me someone was out there. I debated turning back to the hut for the night, but the trail ahead curved down toward the second hut, only a few miles away. I decided to push forward. Better to make it there and check the logbook again before dark. The descent into the valley felt heavier than it should have. Every sound seemed amplified. Rocks clattering, the occasional gust pushing through the scrub, the crunch of my own boots. My water was running low, and I kept reminding myself I'd refill at the hut. When I reached it, the place felt empty in a way that made me uncomfortable. Most backcountry huts have a certain smell, sweat, wood dust, but this one seemed sharper, like metal. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The logbook sat on the small wooden table. The last entry was 2 days earlier, noting that the hiker had reached the hut safely, but had been unnerved by strange sounds around the ridge. They didn't explain what the sounds were. I set my pack down, stretched my legs, and debated staying the night. The smart choice would have been to rest, but I didn't like the thought of being cornered in that hut if someone, or something, was following me. I sat for a while listening. At first there was nothing, then faintly, I thought I heard a rock tumble outside. Not close, but not far either. It could have been an animal, could have been nothing, but in that silence it seemed sharp. I left the hut and continued down the loop, heading toward the valley floor. Darkness came quickly. I switched on my headlamp, the beams slicing across the rocks. The trail here dipped into dense trees, a sudden change after all the barren ridgeline. It was darker in the forest, the air cooler, and the silence heavier. That's when I smelled it. A faint odor, sharp and sour, drifting on the wind. At first I thought it was a dead animal, but as I walked further, the smell grew stronger. My stomach tightened. I followed the beam of my headlamp carefully, scanning both sides of the trail. About 50 yards in, I saw it. Off to the side, partly hidden by brush, was a makeshift camp. Not an official site, just a rough spot where someone had laid out gear. A tattered sleeping bag, some scattered food wrappers, and what looked like a rusted old pot. But what froze me was the smell. It was stronger there, heavy in my throat. I shone my light on the sleeping bag and saw dark stains dried into the fabric. I didn't step closer. I didn't need to. It was blood. I radioed it in immediately, giving my coordinates, describing what I found. The reply told me to stay put, but I knew help would take hours to arrive, maybe more. And standing still in that spot made every nerve in my body scream. I backed away from the camp, scanning the trees. The feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt it, the weight of eyes in the dark. I kept my hand near the pepper spray on my belt as I moved back onto the trail. I walked slowly, listening. Several times I heard faint snaps of branches, too heavy for small animals, always just beyond the reach of my light. The trail stretched on, and I forced myself to keep a steady pace. My mind ran through possibilities. Maybe someone had been injured there, maybe worse. Maybe whoever had left that camp was still out here, watching me. Hours later, when I finally reached a ranger access road, headlights cut through the dark. Backup had arrived. I felt the tension drain out of me in an instant, though my hands still shook. In the days that followed, investigators combed the site I had found. They wouldn't tell me much, but I learned enough to know my instincts had been right. There had been signs of violence. The blood was human. The trail of prints I had seen matched with the location of that camp. They never gave me the full story, or maybe they didn't have one. What I knew was simple. Someone had been out there, injured or attacked, and whoever had been with them was gone before we arrived. No body was found, no suspect identified. Just traces scattered in the wilderness, fading under the sun and wind. I went back to that loop months later, long after the case had gone quiet. The hut still stood, the ridgeline still I became a park ranger because I love being outside more than anything. The forest felt like a place where I could breathe without the weight of everything else pressing down on me. Over the years, though, the woods taught me that nature has its own kind of silence, and that silence can be heavier than any noise you'll ever hear. The story I'm about to tell is something that changed the way I see my job, and to be honest, it made me think long and hard about whether I should even keep doing this work. It happened a few years back during late summer at a park in the mountains where the trails stretched out for dozens of miles and hikers came through in every season. The park wasn't the busiest one in the country, but it was big, rugged, and unforgiving in a way people didn't always understand until they were in over their heads. I had been working the backcountry rotation that week. My assignment was simple enough on paper. Check the remote campsites, make sure people had their permits, and keep an eye out for signs of illegal hunting or off-trail fires. That sort of patrol usually meant long days alone, hiking with a heavy pack, and a lot of silence broken only by the crunch of my boots or the sound of birds flicking through the trees. I'd grown used to it, and most of the time I enjoyed it. That week had been hot during the day, but surprisingly cool at night. The heat dried everything out, and the trails were dusty and brittle underfoot. I had been out on patrol for 3 days already, camping in ranger cabins and moving deeper into the park's interior. By the third day, I hadn't run into a single hiker, which was unusual but not alarming. Sometimes people avoided the longer circuits because they didn't want to be more than a day or two from the trailhead. The section I was on had a bad reputation among rangers. It wasn't that the terrain was dangerous. It was mostly rolling ridges and valleys, but it was isolated. The cabins out there were old, barely used, and sometimes didn't feel like they belonged in a park at all. You could stand inside one and almost hear the years pressing down on it, like the walls have been absorbing silence for decades. On that third night, I reached one of those cabins just before dusk. It was a squat wooden building half sunk into the slope of a hill, with a small clearing in front where the grass grew high and uneven. The lock on the door was rusted but still worked, and inside the air was heavy with the smell of damp wood. A mouse skittered across the floorboards when I set my pack down. I went through my usual routine. Check for water damage, make sure the stove worked, sweep out any debris before settling in for the night. I cooked a simple meal, logged my position in the radio check-in, and tried to relax. The forest outside was absolutely still. That kind of stillness is something most people don't notice until it's so deep it feels unnatural. No wind. No insects buzzing near the window. Not even the distant call of an owl. Just an unbroken, heavy silence pressing against the cabin walls. I slept light that night, waking up every hour or so for no reason. I'd sit up, listen hard, hear nothing but my own breathing, and eventually lie back down. At one point, close to dawn, I thought I heard something crunch in the grass outside. Just one step, faint, deliberate. But when I waited, there was nothing more. The next morning, I packed up and headed out. My route was supposed to take me along a ridge and down into a valley where another cabin waited. About halfway along the ridge, I found something that made my stomach twist. Off the trail, maybe 10 yards into the brush, there was a makeshift fire ring. Nothing official, just blackened rocks in a circle. The ashes were fresh. That by itself wasn't too surprising. People ignored the rules all the time. But when I crouched down to inspect it, I noticed bones in the ashes. Not small ones, either. These were long, splintered pieces cracked by fire, with dark marrow still inside. I wasn't a biologist, but I knew enough to tell they weren't from a rabbit or a squirrel. These were bigger. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up as I looked closer. The bones were cut in ways that suggested deliberate work, like someone had hacked at them with a knife or a small axe. There was also a greasy smell hanging in the air, clinging to the rocks and soil around the fire pit. I forced myself to back away and mark the coordinates in my notebook. It wasn't my job to investigate exactly what had been burned, but it was definitely my job to report it. The thing that made me uneasy was how fresh it all looked. Whoever made that fire couldn't have left more than a day or two ago. I pushed on along the ridge, my pace quicker now, my eyes flicking to every movement in the trees. By the time I reached the next cabin, the sun was setting again. The place was even more run down than the last one. The door stuck when I pushed it open, and the air inside smelled faintly of mildew. There were deep scratches on one of the walls, like someone had dragged something sharp across the wood years ago. I set up my camp stove outside instead of using the cabins. I didn't like being in there alone. After I ate, I went through the routine of writing notes, checking the radio, and preparing for bed. But this time, when I lay down in my sleeping bag, I couldn't relax. I kept seeing those charred bones in the fire ring, replaying the way they had cracked open in the heat. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of footsteps. Not animals. These were steady, slow, deliberate. I froze, my hand tight around my flashlight. The steps circled the cabin once, crunching softly in the grass and dirt. I held my breath. Whoever it was, they didn't knock, didn't try the door, didn't say anything. They just circled once, then the sound faded into the trees. I stayed awake until dawn, every muscle in my body tense. When morning finally came, I forced myself to step outside. The grass was bent in fresh tracks, leading away from the cabin. Human tracks. I reported everything by radio that morning, giving my location and describing the fire ring and the footsteps. Dispatch told me to stay en route and finish my patrol, but to keep detailed notes so investigators could follow up later. That was standard. Still, it felt like I was being left to handle something far above my pay grade. The next 2 days were a blur of long hikes, empty trails, and restless nights. I didn't see anyone else, not even from a distance. But every night, I heard noises outside whatever shelter I was in. Branches snapping, grass shifting, slow steps stopping just short of the door. I never opened it to look. Part of me didn't want to know what I'd see. On the final night before I was scheduled to head back, I stayed at the last cabin on the loop. It was perched near a stream with a narrow clearing around it. I was exhausted, wired from too little sleep, and sick of my own racing thoughts. I told myself I'd get through the night, hike back to the ranger station in the morning, and be done with it. I must have dozed off around midnight. When I woke up, it was to the sharp creak of the cabin door moving. My blood went cold. I had locked it. I knew I had. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just listened. The door shifted again, slow, deliberate, with grinding against wood. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was worse than any noise. Minutes passed. I don't know how many. Eventually, I worked up the courage to flick my flashlight on. The beam hit the door. It was still closed, the lock still latched. I sat there for the rest of the night, wide awake, staring at it. The next morning, I left that cabin at first light and didn't stop until I was back at the ranger station. My supervisor listened to everything I said, wrote down every detail, and nodded in that way people do when they don't want to show what they're thinking. Later, I found out investigators had gone out to check the sites I marked. They confirmed the fire ring, the bones, the tracks, but they didn't find anyone. The official report called it unauthorized activity, likely hunters or squatters. That was the neat way to phrase it. But I know what I heard. I know what I felt those nights in the cabins. Whoever was out, there wasn't just passing through. They were watching. They were close enough to leave tracks, circling the places I slept, close enough to rattle the door while I lay inside. I've been back to that section of the park since then, but I'll be honest, it never feels the same. Every silence feels loaded, like it's hiding something just out of sight. Every broken branch or distant step makes my stomach tighten. The forest used to feel like home. Now, in some places, it feels like a reminder that you're never as alone as you think you are. That was the moment the woods stopped being peaceful for me. They became something else, something I respect, something I fear, and something I'll never turn my back on again. I took the ranger job because I thought it would be a way to live close to the woods without losing myself in the city. I had always liked the quiet of being out in the trees, the way the sounds carried differently at night, how the air changed depending on the season, and how much more alert I felt when I was far from roads or buildings. It wasn't glamorous work, but I didn't expect it to be. Most days were a mix of checking campsites, clearing small fallen trees off trails, helping the occasional lost hiker find their way, and filling out reports back at the station. I had been in the role long enough that most of it felt routine, but there were still nights when I reminded myself that the woods could turn bad fast if I didn't respect them. That thought became very real to me one summer during fire season. The park I worked in stretched across a series of ridges and valleys, a mix of dry pine stands and scrubby meadows that looked harmless enough until you thought about how fast a single spark could turn the whole place into a wall of flames. We did constant patrols during that time of year, especially after thunderstorms rolled through. Lightning strikes could smolder unseen for hours before flaring up. One evening, I was assigned to a ridge patrol on the far side of the park. It was one of the less visited areas, with fewer trailheads and only a couple of primitive campsites. To get there, I had to drive down a rough service road for about 40 minutes and then hike in another couple of miles. The plan was to hike the ridge, check for smoke, and camp out near one of the old survey points before heading back the next morning. I had my pack loaded with water, food, a small tent, and the fire watch equipment I'd need, binoculars, maps, and a radio. By the time I parked and started walking, the sun was already low. The air was hot, but carried that strange heaviness that follows a storm. The storm itself had moved on earlier in the afternoon, leaving streaks of pink and orange light across the clouds. The trail wound upward, the ground sandy and loose in spots, with stretches of twisted pine roots that made me slow down and watch my footing. I wasn't worried about being out late. I had my headlamp, extra batteries, and a GPS. Still, the ridge had a way of stretching on longer than expected, each rise revealing another slope ahead. The woods were quiet except for the insects and the occasional cry of a hawk. The silence was both calming and unsettling. It made me pay closer attention to every sound that broke it. When I reached the first high point, I stopped to take a long look around with my binoculars. The view went on for miles in every direction. Most of what I saw was dark forest broken by pale scars of old logging roads. The horizon still held some light, but down in the valleys the shadows had already swallowed everything. I didn't see smoke, which was good. I noted on my map and kept going. The ridge narrowed as I went, dropping sharply on both sides. The trail here was little more than a faint track in the dirt, marked by occasional cairns. I had to move slower, balancing with my trekking pole, careful not to twist an ankle. As the light faded, I finally pulled out my headlamp and switched it on. The beam cut a narrow cone into the dark, catching the dust that hung in the air when I stepped. It was around then that I noticed something that made me uneasy. The ridge had always been barren and wind-scoured in my memory, with only patches of stubborn grass and scrub pine. But as I moved along, I came across a set of boot prints pressed deep into the sand of the trail. They were fresh enough that the edges hadn't eroded, sharp against the loose grit. They led in the same direction I was going. Seeing other people out there wasn't unheard of. Hunters sometimes cut across ridges, and the occasional backpacker liked to take less traveled routes. But the park had strict rules about camping in this area, and the boot prints bothered me because they didn't look like the light step of a hiker carrying a pack. They were heavy, close together, like whoever left them had been moving steadily without much rest. I followed them for a while, my light catching them each time the beam swept down. After a few hundred yards, they veered off the main track toward a line of rocks that led down the slope. I paused there, weighing whether to follow. I had no real reason to track the person down unless I thought they were camping illegally or starting a fire. But the prints had a strange pull on me. Maybe it was just the way they appeared out of nowhere, leading me forward. I decided to stick to my route. I told myself I'd check again on the way back. I kept hiking until I reached the old survey point near the ridge's end. It was nothing more than a weathered post sticking out of the ground beside a pile of stones. I set up my small tent nearby, took another look around with the binoculars, and then ate a quick dinner from one of my food pouches. The night deepened fast after that. The stars came out sharp above me, the Milky Way bright enough that I almost turned my headlamp off just to sit in it. But I couldn't shake the unease from the footprints. Every time I tried to settle, I found myself glancing toward the trail, half expecting to see another light moving in the dark. I didn't see anything, but I didn't sleep well either. Every snap of a twig in the wind made me sit up, listening. I thought about how far I was from the nearest road, how nobody would be coming up here unless they had a reason, and how strange it was that the prince hadn't shown any sign of turning back. By morning I was tired, but ready to hike out. The air was cooler, crisp, with that smell of pine sap that comes after a hot day. I packed my gear, made a quick sweep with the binoculars, and started back. When I reached the spot where I'd first seen the prints, I stopped. I expected to see them faded by the night wind, maybe blurred by a scattering of dust. Instead, they looked sharper. I bent down and realized there were more. A second set had appeared overnight, overlapping the first in places, running alongside the trail. They were spaced farther apart, longer strides, as if whoever made them had been moving quickly. My stomach tightened. There was no reason for anyone else to be up here. And if there had been two people, why hadn't I heard them during the night? The silence had been total, broken only by the wind. I kept going, my pace quickening. I want to get back to my truck. But the prince stayed with me, showing up in each patch of sand or dust, always leading ahead. I followed them until I reached a spot where the trail split briefly around a cluster of rocks. The first set of prints stuck to the left. The second set veered right, as if circling around. I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise. It was too deliberate. Two people moving in different directions, but close, on a ridge where there should have been nobody. I didn't like the picture it painted. I pushed hard after that, covering ground fast. When I finally saw the glint of my truck through the trees, I felt a wave of relief. But that relief froze in place as soon as I stepped into the clearing. The dirt around my truck was covered in prints. Dozens of them, circling the vehicle, pressed deep into the dust like the people had walked around it again and again during the night. Some prints came right up to the doors. I dropped my pack and walked a slow circle, scanning for damage. The windows were intact, the locks looked untouched, but the sheer number of prints made my chest tighten. It didn't make sense. I hadn't seen another vehicle on the service road, hadn't heard engines or voices, hadn't seen lights. For that many tracks to be here, there had to have been several people, and they had to have come while I was camped less than 2 miles away. I unlocked the door, slid inside, and started the engine. The sound of it was too loud, bouncing off the trees, making me feel exposed. I didn't waste time. I drove the road back faster than I should have, the truck rattling over ruts and rocks, my hands tied on the wheel. By the time I made it to the ranger station, I was sweating despite the cool morning air. I filed my report, noting the prints, the locations, and the odd way they had circled the truck. I left out how unsettled it made me feel. On paper, it was just evidence of unauthorized visitors. But even now, thinking back, I can't shake the sense that I was being watched that entire night. The footprints hadn't just been random wanderers. The way they split, the way they circled the vehicle, it was too controlled, too intentional. I kept working as a ranger after that, but I never camped alone on that ridge again. Every time I drove past the trailhead, I glanced at the dirt for prints. I never saw them again, but I didn't need to. Once was enough. The woods have plenty of dangers, storms, fires, animals, accidents. But that night taught me something I hadn't wanted to admit before. The scariest part of being deep in the backcountry isn't nature at all. It's realizing there are people out there moving through the same dark, silent spaces as you. People who don't want to be seen, people who leave nothing behind except the prints that remind you how close they came. That's the part that keeps me awake sometimes. Not the storms, not the fires, but the knowledge that while I was watching the ridge, someone else was watching me. I started working as a park ranger more than 10 years ago, and over the years I've seen plenty of things that made me nervous, but one stretch of time sticks out in a way I can't shake. It happened during my third year on the job, when I was stationed at a large park that had both mountains and dense forests, with a wide river cutting right through the middle. The place drew in all sorts of people: hikers, hunters in the off-season, fishermen, campers, and a lot of day visitors who thought it was just a pretty place to stretch their legs. That summer was especially hot, and the park was busier than usual. I spent most of my days checking campsites, clearing fallen branches off trails, and reminding people to keep food secured so bears wouldn't wander in. It was tiring work, but nothing I couldn't handle. One afternoon, though, I got a call on the radio that would change the entire rhythm of my season. A hiker had come into one of the ranger stations, saying he'd seen a strange camp set up in a restricted area near the far edge of the park. That wasn't unusual by itself. People sometimes thought they'd found a nice hidden spot and ignored the signs. But he mentioned something that made my stomach knot. He said the camp looked like it had been there a long time, with tarps stretched between trees, piles of supplies, and even what looked like stacked bones near the fire pit. At first I thought he might be exaggerating. People often mistook deer bones or old trash for something more dramatic. Still, it was my job to check, so I packed extra water, a flashlight, and my first aid kit, then headed out. The area he described was a good 5 miles from the nearest marked trail, a place I'd only been through once during training. The forest there was thicker, quieter, and the undergrowth grew chest-high in spots, making it easy to lose your way. The hike out took longer than I expected. The heat pressed down on me, and I kept swatting at flies while pushing through brush. The deeper I went, the less sound I heard. No bird calls, no squirrels, not even the buzzing of insects. It was like walking into a room after everyone had left. That silence made me uneasy, but I told myself it was just the weather. I finally reached a small clearing on a ridge that overlooked the river. At first I didn't see anything, but then my eyes caught the edge of a blue tarp flapping lightly in the breeze. As I pushed closer, I realized the hiker hadn't been exaggerating much at all. There was a full camp set up, tarps stretched between trees for shelter, piles of empty cans stacked neatly near a stump, and clothes hanging stiff on a line like they hadn't been moved in months. The part that bothered me most was the fire pit. Around it were small piles of bones. Some were clearly from deer, long legs, a skull with antlers broken off, but others were harder to place. They were smaller, darker, and some looked burned. I crouched and studied them, but couldn't be sure what I was looking at. I told myself it had to be more deer, or maybe raccoon or coyote. I had no reason to think otherwise, but I still felt a pressure in my chest that made it hard to breathe. I circled the camp slowly, taking notes in my logbook. Whoever had been staying here had been there for a long time. The shelters were solid, the fire pit was built up like a permanent feature, and there were paths worn into the ground where someone had paced again and again. What I didn't see were signs of people. No backpacks left behind, no sleeping bag, no food that hadn't been eaten. It looked abandoned, but only recently. As I stood there, I got the strong feeling that I was being watched. My skin prickled and my shoulders tightened. I looked around, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. The forest was still, too still. I decided to take photos and mark the location with my GPS so I could report it back at the station. I was just about to leave when I noticed something odd. Behind one of the tarps was a dugout hole in the ground, about the size of a small pit. Inside were more bones, mixed with scraps of clothing and old boots. Some of the clothes were torn up, stained dark. I froze, staring down, my mouth dry. None of the reports I'd ever read mentioned something like this. It didn't look like trash left behind by hunters. It looked deliberate, like someone had been collecting and storing these remains. The pit wasn't deep, maybe 3 feet, but it was enough to make me feel sick. I backed away, heart pounding. I wanted nothing more than to get out of there and back to the station, but before I left, I forced myself to do one last sweep. About 30 yards away, I found a tree with deep gouges carved into the bark, long vertical slashes. They weren't from animals, they were too straight, too even. Someone had used a blade. By the time I hiked back, the sun was setting. I filed my report, handed over the photos, and waited for instructions. My supervisor looked at me with tight lips, and said we'd go back in the morning with the team. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured that pit of bones, the slashed tree, the silence of the clearing. The next day, 4 of us went out together. We reached the site just before noon, but when we arrived, everything was gone. The tarps, the clothes, the cans, all of it. Even the bones in the pit had been cleared out. The ground showed fresh disturbance, like someone had worked fast to erase every trace of what I'd seen. My stomach dropped. Whoever had been there must have returned in a short time since I'd left. The others searched carefully, but there wasn't much left to find. They didn't doubt me. I had photos, but with nothing physical to examine, all we could do was mark it down as an illegal camp and keep the area under watch. We hiked back in silence, each of us checking over our shoulders more than once. Over the following weeks, I was assigned to patrol that part of the park more often. I never found the camp again, but I did find signs that someone was still out there. I came across fresh fire pits in hidden spots, strange carvings on more trees, and once I found a pair of boots half buried in the mud. They were small, like they belonged to a teenager, and they were torn in a way that didn't look accidental. Every patrol left me more unsettled. I never saw the person or people behind it, but I knew they were moving through those woods. They were careful, watching, and staying just far enough ahead of me. The silence never left that area, either. It was like everything living had moved away. By the end of the season, the sightings and signs slowed down. Winter set in, and with fewer visitors, the park quieted even more. I never got an answer to who had made that camp or why, but the memory of it stayed sharp. The photos I took were eventually filed away, and the official line was that it had been a squatter, maybe a hunter living rough in the woods. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. What scared me most wasn't the bones or the pit or even the thought of what had happened out there. It was the realization that someone had been watching me that first day, close enough to know they had time to erase everything after I left. They'd seen me. They'd known I was there, and they'd managed to stay hidden, even from 4 rangers searching carefully. I still patrol that park sometimes, though not as often. I avoid that ridge if I can. The forest grows back, the trails shift, but I can always feel the weight of that silence pressing down when I get too close. I've seen a lot in my years as a ranger, but nothing unsettles me like the thought that there are people out there who choose to live in the shadows of these woods, doing things we'll never fully understand, and watching from the trees while the rest of us walk past without ever knowing. That was the season I learned the scariest part of this job isn't the animals or the weather. It's the people who disappear into the wilderness and decide to live by rules of their own. People who know the land better than most, and who make sure you only find what they want you to find. And when I think back to that pit, those bones, and the way everything vanished overnight, I know for certain that whoever it was is still out there, moving quietly through those trees, waiting for anyone who strays too far from the trail. I became a park ranger because I liked the idea of spending my life outside, away from crowded towns and noisy highways. The work was supposed to be simple: patrols, checking permits, making sure hikers followed rules, keeping an eye out for wildfires, and helping visitors when they got themselves into trouble. What no one tells you in training is how much time you spend completely alone. Long stretches of silence in the woods. Only your own footsteps for company. Only the sound of wind or the creak of branches. Most of the time it's peaceful, but sometimes the quiet begins to press on you until you feel like something is hiding just beyond where you can see. This story comes from my second year on the job. By then, I thought I had learned how to handle myself. I had done winter patrols with ice up to my knees, night shifts where every tree looked like it was moving, rescues of lost hikers who screamed when I first found them because they thought I was an animal coming out of the dark. I thought nothing could shake me anymore. I was wrong. This section of park, I worked and stretched across mountains, valleys, and ridgelines that could swallow a person without a trace. A single trail might run for 20 miles without crossing a road. I was used to the distances, used to carrying more gear than I wanted to, used to blisters and shoulders rubbed raw from straps. That spring, we had reports of vandalism on some of the backcountry huts. Nothing serious at first. Graffiti scratched into wood, broken latches, food wrappers left on the floor. Then one hut had a stove ripped out of the wall, torn free and left in pieces. Another hut had its water barrels dumped out and rolled down the slope. It was too destructive to blame on kids passing through. These huts were deep in the circuit. Getting there took effort. Whoever was doing it wanted to cause trouble. My supervisor told me to make a full circuit, hike hut to hut, check every structure, and keep watch for anyone who shouldn't be there. I packed enough food for a week, along with sleeping gear, extra maps, and a radio that only sometimes worked in the valleys. The first 2 days were uneventful. I saw plenty of hikers, most heading for the popular crossing, and I checked their permits. The huts on those legs were in good condition. On the third day, I left the busier stretch and headed toward the ridge section, the part where the land looked barren, nothing but rock and dirt with long drops on either side. Clouds move fast there, and wind never really stops. I had started late because I was dealing with a hiker who had twisted an ankle near a stream, so by the time I was halfway across the ridge, the sun was sinking lower than I liked. I told myself there was no need to rush. I had food, water, warm clothes. I knew the trail, but my legs were heavy, my pack felt like lead, and the endless open space around me made me feel exposed. Unlike forest trails where you're wrapped in trees, the ridge offered no cover. Just me, the narrow line of dirt, and sharp edges dropping into valleys that looked bottomless. My boots scuffed on the gravel and echoed faintly, even though I knew there was no one to hear. At first, I thought the strange feeling was just fatigue. Then I realized I had been looking over my shoulder more than usual. The back of my neck felt prickly, like I wasn't as alone as I wanted to believe. I slowed down, scanned the ridge, scanned the switchbacks behind me. Nothing, just wind pushing dust across the path. But the sense of being followed stayed with me. When I reached the hut that night, the door was closed, but the lock had been broken. The wood around the latch splintered. Inside, bunks were overturned, mattresses slashed, and a foul smell lingered. I crouched near the stove and saw that someone had urinated in the ash pan. It was deliberate, not just careless. Whoever had done this wanted the next person to feel disgust. I set the bunks back upright, swept the floor, and made notes in my logbook. I decided not to sleep inside. I didn't like the idea of lying in a space someone had wrecked so recently. Instead, I set my bag outside, near a boulder that broke some of the wind. I lay in my bag listening to the hut walls creak, thinking of how recent the destruction might have been. Days ago. Hours? The ridge was quiet. But in the middle of the night, I woke with the sense that someone had walked near me. My bag rustled as I sat up. I held my breath and scanned the dark. My flashlight was within reach, but I didn't switch it on. The moon gave just enough light to see shapes, the hut, the rocks, the open trail. Nothing moved. My ears strained for sound. Only the wind came. After a long time, I lay back down, though I barely slept. The next morning, I checked around. No footprints. The soil was hard, gravelly, and didn't hold prints well anyway. I convinced myself I had dreamed it. I kept hiking. As I moved further along the circuit, more huts showed damage. One had every window smashed. Another had its logbook burned in the fire pit outside. I began to see trash along the trail, cans, food wrappers, broken glass. It felt like breadcrumbs left to remind me I wasn't alone. Hikers I passed seemed normal, tired but cheerful, unaware of anything wrong. That unsettled me more. It meant the person who was doing this knew how to move between crowds unseen, knew how to avoid being spotted. By the 5th day, I was worn down. My shoulders ached, my boots were cutting into my heels, and the unease in my chest had become constant. That night, I reached a hut tucked into a stand of stunted pines, the first trees I had seen in days. The hut was intact, no damage. Relieved, I went inside, set my pack down, and decided I would sleep there. I cooked a small meal and sat against the wall, writing notes in my logbook. My hand shook as I wrote, though I told myself it was just fatigue. At some point, I drifted into a light sleep, still sitting up. I don't know how long I was out, but I woke to the faintest creak of a floorboard. My eyes opened, and in the dim light from the moon through the window, I swore I saw a shadow near the door. My mouth went dry. I didn't move. My heartbeat filled my ears. The shadow stayed still for a long time, then slid out of view. I forced myself up, grabbed my flashlight, and flicked it on. The beam cut across the hut. Empty. The door was shut, the room bare. I swept the light across every corner, under the bunks, behind the stove. Nothing. But the air felt wrong, heavy, as if the space had been disturbed. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat with my back against the wall, flashlight in my lap, waiting for dawn. When morning came, I stepped outside and checked the ground. Again, no prints. The soil was thin, rocky. Anything could pass without leaving a mark. By now, I was sure someone was moving ahead of me or behind me on the circuit. I radioed in, but reception was poor. I managed to get a garbled message through about the hut damage, but nothing more. The response was broken static. I knew I would have to finish the loop myself. On the sixth day, I followed a valley trail where cliffs pressed close on both sides. The sky above was a thin strip of blue. The path was littered with rocks that had fallen from the slopes. Every echo bounced in strange ways, making it hard to tell where sounds came from. A clatter of stones behind me turned my head. Nothing. I kept walking, but the hairs on my arms stood up. Another clatter, closer. I gripped the handle of my knife, though I knew it was useless if someone wanted to ambush me. The valley ended at another hut. I arrived just before sunset, exhausted, and found the worst damage yet. The entire door had been ripped off its hinges. Inside, every single bunk frame had been chopped to pieces. Piles of wood filled the floor. In the center, someone had stacked the pieces into a rough pyramid, like a pyre. On top sat a boot, just one. Mud-caked, worn, but with no foot inside. My stomach tightened as I stared at it. I couldn't stay there. The destruction was too fresh. I backed out, found a spot far down the trail, and slept badly under the open sky. The next day, I knew I was close to the end of the loop. Another day, and I would be back at a ranger station. That should have comforted me, but instead the unease grew worse. I had the strong sense I was being funneled, pushed along, as if whoever had done all this wanted me to see every step. Late that afternoon, I climbed a slope toward the final ridge. The sun was low, shadows long. My legs trembled with fatigue. At the top, I saw the last hut silhouetted against the sky. Smoke rose faintly from its chimney. My chest went cold. No one was scheduled to be there. I crouched behind rocks and watched. The smoke drifted steady, meaning a fire was burning inside. I waited half an hour. No one came out. I thought about turning back, but there was nowhere else to go. Finally, I moved closer, every step slow, boots scuffing on gravel. The door was ajar. Heat leaked through the gap, the smell of wood smoke thick. I pushed the door wider and peered inside. A fire roared in the stove, but the hut was empty. No pack, no gear, no person. Just fire crackling too strong for such a small space. I stepped in carefully. My eyes went to the bunks. All intact. The logbook sat on the table, open to a blank page. Then I noticed the walls. Carved into the wood, deep scratches ran in long vertical lines, dozens of them, as if someone had taken a knife or chisel and worked for hours. The marks overlapped. I had been working as a park ranger for a little over 7 years when I was assigned to stretch a backcountry that always seemed to push people to their limits. It wasn't the most rugged terrain in the country, but it had this way of eating up hikers who weren't prepared, grinding them down until all their gear, maps, and optimism felt useless. The section I'm talking about ran along a high ridge that dropped into a wide valley carved by an old river, with steep loose rock on one side and dark, twisting timber on the other. The trail was barely maintained because of how remote it was. I knew every bend and slope of that ridge, every drainage and gully that cut down through the timber. I had hiked it in every season, baked by the sun in August, frozen stiff in January, and swept by thunderstorms in the spring. Most of the time it was just me, the wind, and the sound of my boots grinding over shale. My shifts out there usually lasted several days. I carried enough food, water filter gear, warm layers, and a small tent. The biggest part of the job wasn't even patrolling, it was being a point of safety. If a hiker broke an ankle, lost the trail, or underestimated the distance, I was often the only person within miles who could reach them quickly. I liked that kind of responsibility, but the ridge had a way of reminding me that it was bigger, harsher, and older than anything I carried in my pack. One trip in late fall still sticks with me. I think about it a lot when I'm out alone, because it's the only time I felt like I was being pushed to my absolute limit. Not by weather or by wildlife, but by the sheer, crushing silence of that place, and the way fear builds when you realize how easy it is to vanish without anyone ever knowing. I started the patrol from the trailhead just after sunrise. The air was cold, my breath coming out in white clouds. The first miles went through scrubby meadow and patches of thin trees before climbing onto the open ridge. I had about 40 pounds in my pack: tent, sleeping bag, extra food, first aid kit, and a radio that barely worked once I was deeper in. The park gave us GPS units, but even those sometimes cut out when the weather turned. By noon, the wind was hitting the ridge. It always did. The ridge sat bare, like the backbone of the earth exposed. The trail was faint in places, worn into the shale and dirt, and the drop-offs made me careful with every step. Looking down, the valley stretched out below like a scar, the river cutting through the bottom in a gray, endless ribbon. I planned to check 2 backcountry campsites along the ridge, then cut down into the valley to check a small footbridge before looping back the next day. The campsites usually had fire rings and logbooks where hikers signed in. They were rarely busy, which was good for solitude, but bad for safety. Around mid-afternoon, I reached the first site. No one was there. The logbook had only 2 entries from the past month. I tightened my pack straps and kept moving. The sun was already dropping, the light fading faster than I expected. There's something about being on that ridge as the light goes. The wind gets sharper. The shadows crawl across the rocks and stretch like they're reaching for you. I was tired from climbing, my legs burning, and I slowed down. I had plenty of food and water, but my pace dragged. The kind of tired where you don't even realize how slow you're moving until the shadows catch you. I knew I had to camp soon. The second site was a mile ahead, tucked near a cluster of bent old trees just off the ridge. I pushed toward it, boots slipping on loose stone. My headlamp was ready, but I didn't want to use it yet. When I got there, the site looked abandoned for months. The fire ring was half buried in wind-blown dirt. The logbook was missing, maybe taken or destroyed by weather. I set up my tent quickly, the wind rattling the thin fabric as I staked it down. The air dropped colder the second the sun disappeared. I cooked a small meal on my stove, simple pasta, and ate while sitting on a flat rock. The world went black except for the stars, which burned sharp and endless above me. Out there, the stars felt closer, like they pressed down against your eyes. The wind never stopped. It roared across the ridge, slapping the tent, pulling at the guy lines. I crawled inside, zipped the sleeping bag around me, and tried to let my body rest. I knew I had another long day ahead, but I didn't sleep well. Somewhere deep in the night, I woke up. My tent was still shivering in the wind, but that wasn't what woke me. It was the silence between the gusts. Total, dead silence. No movement, no scraping of branches, not even the hiss of my own breath seemed to belong there. I listened hard, thinking maybe I'd heard a footstep or rock fall. The ridge often loosened stone in the night, and deer sometimes wandered through. I lay still, every muscle tense. The silence dragged on too long. My watch said 3:47 a.m. Eventually the wind came back, and with it a kind of relief. I tried to tell myself I was imagining things. I shifted in my bag, closed my eyes, and forced my breathing to slow. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me back under. When I woke again, the world was gray. My tent was crusted in frost. My breath hung heavy as I boiled water for oatmeal. The valley below was filled with fog, thick and white, hiding the river. I packed up quickly, shouldering the pack, and started down the ridge toward the cut that led into the valley. The descent was brutal. Loose rocks slid under my boots. The trail barely clung to the slope, and every step felt like one mistake could send me tumbling. I used my trekking poles, forcing myself to stay steady. By midday, I was at the bottom, where the river bent hard through the valley. The fog still clung to the ground. The river hissed as it moved, a constant rushing that filled my ears. I knew there was an old footbridge another mile downstream. My job was to check if it had survived the summer floods. Walking along that river, the air felt different. heavy muffled. The fog muted everything, like being inside a closed room. My boots squished in mud. The tracks of deer and maybe elk crossed the soft ground. I saw no fresh human prints. The bridge was still standing, but barely. Two logs lashed with old cables stretched across the river, slick with moss. One handrail leaned outward, ready to fall. I wrote notes in my log. Unsafe, needs repair, recommend closure. I stood there longer than I should have, staring at the water rushing under the bridge. Something about the speed of it, the way it foamed against the rocks, unsettled me. That river could take a body and never give it back. I thought about how many people crossed here alone, how easy it would be to slip. I shook the thought off and moved on. I had to loop back toward the ridge, following a faint side trail that cut through the timber. The air under the trees was colder, darker. I moved faster, trying to eat up ground before dark. By the time I found a flat spot to camp, the light was nearly gone. I pitched my tent quickly, set up the stove, and boiled water for rice. The trees around me groaned in the wind. I sat with my back to one trunk, eating, feeling my body ache from the long day. That night the silence came back again. The wind would roar, then stop all at once like a switch had been flipped. Each time it stopped, I felt the hair on my arm stand. It wasn't just quiet, it was the kind of silence that presses against your head, makes you feel watched. Lying in my bag, I realized I hadn't seen another person since I left the trailhead. No hikers, no campers, no tracks except animals. The park wasn't huge, but it felt endless in those moments. At some point I heard movement. Not close, just faint crunches like weight shifting on leaves. It came from upslope in the timber. I froze, listening. It wasn't steady like an animal grazing. It came in bursts, then silence. My chest tightened. I gripped the knife I kept near my bag. Hours seemed to pass before I let myself breathe normally. Eventually, exhaustion won again. Morning was slow. My legs were stiff, shoulders sore. I forced myself to pack and keep moving, climbing back toward the ridge. The trail disappeared in places, buried under fallen branches and loose stone. I used the GPS, checked my compass, made sure I stayed on course. As I climbed, the fog burned away. The sun lit the ridge again, but the wind felt sharper, cutting at my face. The higher I went, the more exposed I was. The valley dropped away behind me. Around noon, I found myself back on top, looking down both sides. The world stretched wide, empty, no sound but the wind. I should have felt relief being out of the trees, but instead I felt smaller, like the ridge had swallowed me. I camped one last time before pushing back toward the trailhead. This site was just a flat spot among boulders, no fire ring, no signs anyone had used it before. I boiled the last of my pasta, ate quickly, and crawled into the tent. That night was the worst. The silence came again, but this time it lasted longer, heavier. I couldn't shake the thought that something had been moving near my camps the past 2 nights, just far enough that I couldn't see. I hadn't seen prints, but the ground was hard. Every gust of wind made me jolt awake. Every silence made me hold my breath. My knife stayed in my hand inside the bag. I don't think I slept more than 20 minutes at a time. When dawn came,